F, G, A, and F. Right. Now, a quick one. Take a quick look at this. This ends with A, right? And this begins with E.
Yeah.
Now let's continue. Let's continue naming. Let's continue our chronology of music alphabets. After A, what do you get?
You get B.
So where will B be? Because the last thing we just found was a line. Was a line, right? So A was on a line. So where would we put B?
Space.
In a space. So the next space should be a B. So let's put B here.
Look.
Good. Now, after B, what do you get?
C.
C. Great. So where should C be? Because B was in a line. Where should we put C? Sorry, B was in a space, rather. B was in a space, so C should be in a line, right? So let's get a line. Just a short line. We'll talk about this line very shortly. So just a short line, and then we put C right here.
C.
All right. So after C, what do you get?
After C, you get E.
After C, you get E. Wow, that's impressive. I need to know where you learned that from. But after C, on a serious note, what do you get after C?
D.
D. Brilliant. And if C is on a line, where would you put D?
Space.
In a space. So let's put D right there in a space. Now we can see that now. Now after D, what do you get?
E.
E. And where should E be?
Line.
On a line. Have a look at this. We already have E and it's on a line.
Hey.
So you can see how they link up. So what this tells you is that if you combine a treble staff and a bass staff, you will have them. You would have this synchronization such that they have a middle C. So they will tell, some people will define a grand staff as the combination of a treble staff and a bass staff joined together by the middle C. So you have, this is on the keyboard, this is the middle C, right? So that is the interesting thing about the treble staff and the bass staff. And this is what you're going to be using for your sight reading purposes. So don't worry about the treble and the treble staff. That's for some other music scholars. We just worry about this right now, right? So I'm going to show you my own grand staff right now. And that is my grand staff. Now, I intentionally brought it on a keyboard so that you can see what I'm talking about. All this, so this is G. You can see the pointer, it goes to G. And the next one is A. And the next one is C, B. The next one is C, D, E, F, G, A, B, middle C, D. And you can see this E is the same as this E. You can see it. This E is the same as this E. And then you have E, F. So it goes straight to the treble staff. F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F. And we end our treble staff there. And that gives you the grand staff. Right. Now you'll be wondering, so what are all these ones? Why didn't he talk about these ones? Are they not important too? The way these ones are important? Yeah, they are called ledger lines. And that's what we're going to look at now. Because at some point, when you're doing your music and you're going, you get to a point where you can't annotate the music any further than what you already have. And that is why you need what they call the ledger lines. And what are ledger lines? They're just an extension of your music beyond your staff. depending on which staff you're talking about. So they just act as staff extenders, and you can go to infinity with your ledger lines. You can create 100 ledger lines if you want, but it is not advisable to use ledger lines the way you can see that if you go through the booklets you have, you will see some of the rules I put there. So I don't need to read all of that out for you, but just remember this: you do not need to create so many ledger lines. All you need to do is just use your music stuff. So I'm going to show you an example of ledger lines here now, and that is that. Now you can see, so like I said, ledger lines extend, and there are rules. Like I said earlier, there are rules. Just go through the rules. The lines must be short. You can see they are short, 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 and discontinuous. So you don't have, because they are not a staff. You're not looking at a staff. You're looking at extending the music piece. You're just extending the music piece. You're not trying to create another staff. Do you understand? So, and if you are trying to reach, look at what I did here. You're trying to reach this ledger line. You're trying to reach these notes. You can't just draw a line and put one line there and say you've reached that note. No, you have to count each line up till that note. Okay? And that gives you what you want. That takes you to exactly where you are going. So for example, we're trying to reach this space. We can't just exclude these lines. You have to rule all the lines up until you get to that space. When you need it, you understand what I'm talking about. So for example, you want to reach an upper note of like 4 octaves higher than the normal stuff. You have to rule those lines to get to where you are going. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to quickly go through the exercises. You have just 3 minutes to go through it. You've already drawn the G clef. If you've done it, glory to God. Now, I need a chorus answer. Who can give me what note this is? Real quick. This note.
It is A.
E, brilliant. What about this one?
G.
G, brilliant. What about this one?
B.
Brilliant. What about this one?
C.
C, brilliant, brilliant. So I'm going to try you. What about this one?
D.
What?
D.
D, brilliant. Whoever said that needs a fish. Anyways, how about this one?
F.
F, that's it. Now we're going to the next one. Is the middle C a ledger line or not? It is. If you say it is, why? If you say it is not, why?
It's not because it's not in a line.
Oh, it's not on the line. If it's not on the line, why?
On the line.
So someone said it's not on the line, that's why. But those that said it is, why is it a ledger line? Sitatupe said it is, so let me hear Sitatupe. Why is it a ledger line? Middle C. Quick. Can you unmute Sitatupe, please?
All right. Okay. It is a ledger line because it's an additional line that is placed in addition to the 5 lines we have on the staff.
Thank you very much. So the middle C just extends the either the bass staff or the treble staff, below or above. All right. Now, quickly, you're going to do this on your sheet of paper. No, you can't do this. This is you have the booklet, so you can do this and send it to post it to your leaders. Answer this question. So you're going to do an octave. You can see this is 1 and 2. So you're going to do the same thing for A. So in this case, you're going to be needing ledger lines. So you're going to do the same thing for C. You're going to do the same thing for E. And that will be my assignment. You can send it to Bro Ernest or Bro Triumph, and they would help you to collate it. It's in the booklet, by the way, if you need to see it. And God bless you.
Thank you very much, Bro Paul. And so now we'll be going for our short break. It's going to be for 10 minutes. So you can feel free to stretch your legs, but please remember to remain logged on. Do not log out. And so we can go in for our break now, 10 minutes, and the clock will start counting from now. Thank you. So let's be back by 11:24. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope most people are back. And then we'll be going through to the second session, which is the value of notes, rest values. There are also exercises built in, and can I just state, if you have any questions in the course of this session as well, can you please chat in your questions so the teacher will see and he will be able to answer. And you can also raise up your hands electronically. Then he will be able to ask you to unmute and ask questions. Thank you. So I'd like to invite Brother Ola as he takes us through the second session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Tokwe, for the warm introduction, for which I feel honored and humbled. And special thanks also to our able instructor and facilitator, Brother Paul, who did justice to the just concluded essential topics in sight reading, all in an effort to ensure that we are better musical professionals, garnered with the ability to be able to sight read music effectively and efficiently as well. Having said all that, we make a start. We are looking at values of notes and rests. Values of notes and rest. Now, that is a topic that is dual in nature. Number one, we are looking at values of notes. And number two, we are looking at values of rest. Having understood what it means to have and draw a ledger line, as well as the treble clef and bass clef, the next line of action would be for us to be able to import all the musical signs available into the already drawn staff containing the treble clef and the alto clef. And then we are going to be looking at how each value, how they apply in musical terminology, and how we can, as it were, appropriate them when we are sight reading. Now, before I move on, I want somebody, one of us, to tell me what he or she understands by note. We've been saying it all along, but just like to drill us a bit, what do you understand by the term note, musical note? Yes? Anybody? Anybody there, please? Musical note? Okay, for the sake of time, here it is. We are saying that a note is a character. A note is a symbol or a sign that denotes a musical sound to represent the pitch and the duration of the sound. So in other words, we can say a note is that diagram, that symbol drawn according to specification that indicates the relative duration, the timing of that note. If you look at the previous slide, you will notice that we have several notations here. We have these, we have these, we have that, we have that, and we have that. So no two music notes are the same. They all have their functions. They all have their essence. They all have what they stand for. but the definition stays the same. And what is that? We're saying a note, music-wise, is a character, is a feature indicating the relative duration of that particular note. And how do we draw the note? Three things that we need to take cognizance of is the fact that, number one, all notes have a head, and that head is oval shaped. An oval shape could be like, like the shape of an egg. When you look at an egg and then you look at it laterally, we can liken that to the value of a blank note. But taking it further, some notes equally have a stem. That is to say, while some are only limited to their oval shape, some go more than that to equally have a stem that is like the rod that connects with the egg-shaped diagram of the note. And then a few others have flags. Some could be black, some could be white. So here is the diagram for us to have a clearer understanding of what we are talking about. Number one, take note of the fact that every note in music, every note you are going to be drawing must definitely have a head. This is the head. And then some, depending on, like we said, the value, the duration of the note. Some could have just the head and the stem without any flag attached. So, like I said, some notes only have the head, and then some could take some extra features by having both the head and the stem. And then others, by comparison, could have the head, the stem, and the flag. So this is just a typical diagram denoting what a note should look like. However, you are going to be right if, depending on the value of the note in question, if the note only has an head, which is, most times like oval shaped, some could be inverted, some could be straight, lateral. Some could have just the head and the stem. That's a dual feature. Yet, some could have the head coupled with the stem together with the flag of the note. And of course, we now understand that every note, just like I explained, naturally should have this. Some would have this, and then some would have the head, the stem, the flag. Make no mistake, not every note, should possess all three at a time. I'm saying it for the essence of emphasis and repetition. Every note has an oval-shaped head, and then some, together with the head, will have a stem, and then others would have the flag. Each note written on the stave has a duration, which is the length of that note, as well as the pitch. And of course, when we talk about the pitch, the pitch talks about the quality of the frequency of the sound. If you look at radio waves or sound waves and all of that, you will see the amplitude moving up, moving down. Exactly, that is what we are talking about here. The pitch, the level of highness or the lowness, the level of height or how low the particular note is. That is what we are talking about as a pitch. So every note in music has two features. Number one, it has a duration, which is the length, part of which we are going to be discussing extensively this morning. And then it has a pitch, which is the frequency, the quality of the frequency of the sound, how high, how medium, or how low the note is. Now, when we are saying a music note, written on the stave has a duration as well as a pitch, typically this, just like we've been taught by the previous instructor, this is how a staff or stave looks like. I said staff or stave because in Western music, you can adopt either of both. So if you like, you can call it a staff, but because, you know, there is this, you know, this particular symbol linking both together, you can as well call it a stave. If you prefer staff, you are correct. If you prefer stave, you are correct. Okay. Now, let me also say that in addition to what the our previous instructor mentioned, to sight read alto and treble notes, the treble clef on the top contains that. But to sight read tenor and bass notes, you need to check the bass clef, which is below. Of course, you know, when we talk about music, the you know, musical notations, there are 4 different parts to it. Who can tell me the 4 different parts of music, the 4 general parts? There could be other sub-parts, okay? But the 4 general parts, if we say, for instance, Manchester choir and lead choir, we want to part you into your various parts. Yeah, somebody who hasn't spoken right from the start of the class, please, can you shed a light on it?
Ruth Archipelago. We've got tenor, we've got soprano,
Good.
we've got bass, we've got alto.
Everybody, I want you to tell that chap, God bless you.
God bless you.
Because that's just what I
God bless
am looking
you.
for. Thank you very much. However, for reasons of consistency, we're going to take it from top to bottom. Remember, our teacher, our facilitator told us that the higher the note goes, the higher the pitch. Am I right? In other words, the higher the note, the higher the sound. Likewise, the lower the note, the lower the pitch of the sound. Do we all agree to that? Are we all in agreement about that?
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right. So from the topmost level, we have the soprano or treble. Do we understand? Then right below the soprano, we are talking about the various parts of music as reflected in both, you know, parts of the staff or stave. For the clef, the topmost clef, which is the treble or the soprano clef or G clef, like we've been told, that contains the part for soprano and alto. And then for the bass clef, who can tell me which part it contains? 2, just like this one contains 2. The bass clef contains which part?
Bass and tenor.
Okay, tenor from the top and bass from you know, the bottom. So as you climb, that will mean that the very lowest pitch you can ever listen to is which part? Yes, which part is that?
Bass.
Even you can see that the respondent voice is too very deep bass. And that is what we are talking about. The very lowest part is the bass part, followed by which part? Tenor part. And that, you know, is encapsulated in this bass clef. And then moving up, you cross the middle C, up and up, followed by which part?
Alto.
And then last but not the least, which
Soprano.
one? Soprano or treble. Let's just say soprano. Thank you very much. So we are saying that each music note, all the various notes that I showed you the other time at the introductory stage, each music note in their various types and forms and categories, and of course, in their various usefulness, values, written on the stave, has a duration, which we'll be focusing on more extensively, has a duration, which is the length, as well as the pitch, the amplitude of the sound. How varied is the sound? How high could the sound be? And how low the sound could be. So for us to have a better understanding of the values of each note, we are going to be looking at the rhythm tree diagram. I said rhythm tree because when you are talking about the values of notes in music, rhythm tree diagram refers to the pattern of music relative to time. Please, we don't want any inscription just yet. So you might want to cancel that. Thank you. God bless you. All right. It's just for everybody to have a clearer understanding of what we are talking about. So when we say rhythm tree diagram, that is simply put a representation of the various values of notes that you can ever have, how they compare with each other, and what the value, each value, what it depicts, what it denotes, what it entails. So when you hear rhythm tree, rhythm tree, rhythm tree, it's simply like that classification, tree-like categorization of the various notes that you can ever come across in music. And of course, you know, if you look at the typical tree, the largest part of this, the widest part of the tree comes from the bottom, okay? While the shortest part of the tree, more often than not, is the top. So likewise in music, we are saying that if you look at it from top to bottom or from bottom to top, it is tree-like. How do we know it is tree-like? The diagram tells us that. But for you to equally underscore and appreciate and underpin what you need to understand, take note of this particular explanation. Each note has twice the value of the next note down. Did you hear that? The note reflecting here has twice the value of the preceding note, or the note that comes right below it. I must also state or express the fact that we have much more than this in broader terms, but for ease of understanding, we are limiting it to these categories that we have. It's possible you might come across, you know, some particular scores or some particular music sheets where you might have some values that could either be longer than these, or, you know, like quite different from what is being displayed here. But the reason why we are displaying this is because more often than not, the average score, the average music sheet you will ever come across cannot but have all these values. So it is quite rare, very, very rare, to see musical notes or sheets or score sheets that, you know, would reflect other music value that, you know, are not contained here. So let's just limit what we are discussing to this particular category. Now, the rhythm tree diagram, like I said, is just an arranged classification of each note, such that the note we are talking about will have twice the value of the next one down. Before we move to the next slide, of course, that is quite you know, descriptive and explanatory enough. When you look at this one, how many bits does it have? 4 bits, okay? And that is what we call the what? Yeah? Anybody saying that?
Semi-brief.
Semi-brief. How many bits does a semi-brief
4
contain?
bits.
4
4.
bits. Now, if you come back here, the distance between here and here, in other words, of course, if you look at the sheet music, there is always this line, which we call the bar line, that separates each staff one from the other. And naturally, looking at you know, 4/4 kind of a music and all of that, we must have a a line, a music staff having 4 beats. So that will mean that this one here will fit in here to tell you that it has a 4-beat count, only reflecting alone in this particular stave, in this particular score of the music before the bar line that takes you to the next line of the music score. Coming back here, we are saying a semi-breve. This is the diagram. You can see it here. It is oval shaped, extremely oval shaped, but there is no color in between it. And then when you come down, you have the 2-beat note, which you call what?
2-beat
minim. Okay, so wherever you see the minim, that is a 2-beat note. You can see the difference here. This is oval shaped, but it has an open space and it is thickened to tell you its own peculiarity. It is a thickened, open shaped, oval kind of musical note. But when you come to the minim, remember I told you that the semi-breve is twice the value of the minute, of the minim, sorry, which means a semi-breve is equal to how many minims? Yes, please.
2.
How many minims make a semi-breve?
2.
I want that answer to rhyme so that we can be sure of what we are talking about. How many minims make a semi-breve?
2.
Good. So now, one more question. If a semi-breve reflects here as just one note containing 4 beats, how many minims will be here to make it a whole bar of notes? How many minims will you place here to make it 4 beats?
2 minims.
Very good.
2
Very
minutes.
good. Very good.
And a half.
Nice one. Bravo. Yeah, very, very correct. And I appreciate that so very much. And then after the minim, you begin to see, some differentiation, some variances in the coloration of the music note. From the minim, we have the 1-beat note called what? Say it loud and clear.
Crotchet.
Crotchet. And a crotchet is a 1-beat note of which 2 values two crotchet values equals what? 1 minim. So 1 crotchet reflects or is equal to 1 beat. Look at the diagram of the crotchet. It has an oval shape, but there are 2 features added. It is colored. So it is dark colored, still oval shaped, and it has what? What's this?
Stem.
A stem.
Very good. It has a stem. So wherever you see any piece of music having this feature, a stem and a colored oval shape together, that is what? That is what? A crotchet.
A crotchet.
Very good. I want to be doing less of the talking when it comes to the question time, so that you will have a clearer, wider, broader understanding of not just what we are talking about, but the application, so that when you leave from here, how you are going to be applying it in your music, in your ministration, and even as a potential musician, a potential chorister, who maybe you have yet to join the choir, but for you to have the basic knowledge of the things you have been seeing us do in all our location. So if a crotchet has 1 beat, how many crotchet makes a minim?
2.
How many crotchet makes a minim?
2.
Very good. How many crotchet makes a semi-breve?
4.
Very good, very good, very good. That's a huge one. Okay, so if we have 4 crotchets, which is equal to 4 beats, making a semi-brief, which is equal to 4 beats as well. How many crotchets are we going to be displaying here to make up to 4 beats? It's like I'm spilling the beans already. 4. How many crotchets?
4.
4 crotchets.
Yeah, another respondent.
4.
How many crotchets make up a whole bar music? How many crotchets? 1, 2, 3, 4. And each crotchet represents
1 beat.
1 beat. Okay, good. Another thing is this. How many crotchets and minim represent 4 beats? Let's put them here. How many minim will you put here?
1.
Very good. And then how many crotchets?
2.
Very good. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. We are actively participating, and I so very much appreciate that. So we are saying that in real-time music, 2 crotchets and 1 minim equals 4 beats, or a semi-brief, which we can always place here, and then on and on. Now we come to the quaver. Everybody say quaver. Quaver, like I said, each note has twice the value of the next one down. Who can tell me in simple mathematics, dash plus dash is equal to 1? What is half of 1? Is half, right?
Plus half.
Half plus half is equal to what?
1.
Half beat plus another half beat is equal to
1 crochet.
Which means 2 quavers is equal to what?
1 crochet.
1 beat. 1 crotchet.
4 quavers is equal to what?
2 crotchets.
Okay. Are we all in agreement?
Yes.
4 quavers, which represent half beat each. Because after now, we are going to be doing the beat count as a practical workshop. I'm going to be hearing your taps, just like you are going to be hearing mine. All right? Yep. Now, let's proceed. Half beat of a quaver. Now, let's count the ones here. 1, let's count together. 1 to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How many quavers are those?
8 quavers.
8 quavers equals how many crotchets?
4.
And 8 quavers equal how many minims?
2.
Good. 8 quavers equal how many semi-brief?
1.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. How many quavers are we going to be placing on one single bar of music to make it 4 beats?
8.
8.
I'm noticing, or I'm hearing
It's
multiple
8.
answers now. How many quavers are we going to be having on a bar of music to
8.
equal 4 beats?
8.
8.
Okay. Are we together on that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, to make up to 4 beats, how many quavers and crotchet and semi-brief are we going to make up to? Meaning, sorry. Are we going to make up to 1 beat, one semi-brief? In other words, if we are to draw all these minus this one, these 3, meaning crochet, quaver. If we are to draw them here to make up to 8 beats. How many of these? How many of these? How many of these are we going to be drawing?
1 minim, 1 crotchet, and 2 quavers.
All right. Any other trial?
1.
1 semi-brief. 2
Quiver.
Two quavers and
One minute. 1 minute.
2 minutes.
Crochet. 1 minute.
Okay.
One crochet.
All right.
One crochet.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just wanted to, test our knowledge. Like I said earlier, are we listening, class? Are we listening, class? Are we together? Okay. So now listen. Okay. To make up to 8 beats, in other words, to make up a whole bar between here and here. Naturally, how many beats must we count? 4 beats. In other words, we must count a whole semi-brief. Is that correct?
Yes.
They are saying by comparing the relationship of a minim to a crochet and to a quiver, how many of these will make up to this here, diagrammatically? Now let's look at it together. A minim is how many beats? 2 beats.
2 beats.
Place 1 minim there. How many beats do we have left?
2.
Very good. Do we all understand that?
Yes.
A whole bar contains how many beats? 4 beats. Now we have lifted 1 minim here. And 1 minim contains how many beats?
2 beats.
2
beats.
Left with how many beats left?
2.
2 beats.
2.
Yes. So for the 2 beats left, how do we do it between crochet and quiver? Take one of these here.
And then take 2 quavers.
All right.
Then I left with 1 beat.
Yeah.
And then we are left with how many beats?
1. 1 crochet.
So we can take 2 of these and add here 2, meaning that a whole 4 beats, a whole balling could contain 1 minim, 1 crochet,
1 crochet.
and then how many quavers?
Half quavers.
2.
2 quavers, because 2 quiver is equal to 1 beat.
Crochet.
1 crochet is equal to 1 beat. 1 plus 1 is what? 2. 2 plus 2 is what? 4. And you can rearrange it anyhow you like. But just make sure that whatever note, whatever musical note you are putting here, it must not exceed how many beats?
4.
Do we all understand that?
Yes.
And then we move on to the semi-quiver. Everybody say semi-quiver.
Semi-quiver.
A semi-quiver is 1/4 beat. That is 1/4 of a whole beat, which we call 1/4. So that means then, remember I said each note has twice the value of the next one down. That definitely would mean that 2 semi-quavers will be equal to 1 quiver. Are you with me, please?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
All right, so I said 2 semi-quavers, which is 1/4 beat of a whole note, will be equal to how many quavers? 1. Look at it carefully. 1 quiver is equal to how many semi-quavers?
2.
So how many semi-quavers? If we have 4 semi-quavers, 1, 2, 3, 4, how many quavers will 4 semi-quavers be?
2.
Good. How many semi-quavers will give us 1 crochet?
4.
8.
How many semi-quavers will give us? Remember we said 1/4 beat. Okay, that will be 4. Okay, and then 4 times 2 is what? 8. So that means if we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 semi-quavers, we are going to be having by equivalence 4 quavers or 8 quavers. So you can say 8 semi-quavers is equal to what? 4 quavers is equal to what? 2 crochets is equal to
1
minim. Is that understood?
Yes.
Now look at the feature of the semiquaver. Remember, I told you at the introductory stage that every music notation would naturally have this oval shape, you know, as an introduction. And then some could go on to have a what? What's that rod? What's that stick called?
Stem.
Flag.
Very good.
Stem.
Stem. And then they could have a flag. Now you notice that the semiquaver has more than one flag. Why? Because that extra flag tells you that it is half the value of the preceding flagged note before it. Okay, very simple, a thing to do. So if a quaver has one flag and then a semiquaver has two flags, let's say we have another note beyond semiquaver. How many flags would that have?
3.
And what would be the value of that note? Half the value of one semiquaver. So that's all we are talking about. The various notes in music with their respective beats and values. On the octave, just like we've expressed, the various notations which we have expressed in the previous slide is illustrated below. Who can tell me the first one?
Semi-brief.
I want a chorus answer, please.
Semi-brief.
And how many beats?
4.
Does a semibrief have?
4 beats.
And then followed by what?
Meaning.
Containing how many beats?
2 beats.
That means if you are going to be singing, you know, if you are going to be stretching this semi-brief, you will stretch it for how many beats? 4 beats. So let's do it together. Everybody say do. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you will stretch it for the duration of how many beats?
4 times.
4 beats, which we call a semi-brief on a piece of music. And then a minute, which is double the size, which is half the size of a semi-brief. Remember, the semi-brief has an open shape, open center, oval shape, no stem attached. But here we have also an inverted, a slanted oval shape with a stem with an open center. And then we come to which one comes next?
Crochet.
Which is what? A one beat note. Twice the value of a crochet is equal to a meaning, and 4 times this value is equal to what? A semi-brief. So that means we can find 4 of this crochet here, and then you find 2 of this crochet here. Do we understand? Are we together, please?
Yes.
All right. And then after the crochet, what do we have next? The quaver. It's a half beat note, which is an exact half of the crochet. How many beats of a quaver are we going to be having in a meaning?
1.
4.
Good. How many quaver beats? How many quaver values are we going to be having in a meaning?
8. 4.
4.
Can anybody tell me why it is 4?
Because
the meaning is
half.
Is 2 beats and half will be 1 beat.
Okay.
Sorry.
Meaning is 2 and the quaver is 4 half beat. So you add
2 quavers, then you would get
times 2. It will be times 2 of the meaning.
That makes a meaning. So 2.
Let's take a closer look.
4 quavers.
Let's take a closer look, class. A quaver is how many beats? Half beats. Half plus half is what? 1 beat. Half plus half plus half plus half.
4
beats. To what? 2 beats.
Oh.
So We are going to be having how many quavers in a minute?
Four.
Four quavers. I don't want us to get confused because we've got only 3 here. Nope. We have 4 quavers in a minute. Okay. How many quavers do we have in a semi-brief?
8.
Very good. Why is it 8?
Because
Half.
quiver is
Because
half of a structure, so you need 8 to make
Because
a
half
semi-brief.
quavers, if you count it, half quavers, 8 quavers equal 1 semi-brief. 4 quavers equal
some semi-brief. 1 minute.
4 quavers equal how many minutes?
1 minute.
1. 2 quavers, 2 of these equals
1 crochet.
Okay, very good. And then we have the semi-quiver, the doubly tailed note, double-tailed. How, like we discussed in the earlier slide, how many semi-quavers make 1 quiver? See, even with the notation, the mathematical notation atop this particular music sheet, that should also explain what we are talking about. How many semi-quavers make 1 quiver?
8.
How many semi-quavers make 1 quiver? 2.
2. Because
2 semi-quavers is equal to 1 quiver. Look at the mathematics.
Yes.
Can you see my cursor? 1 quarter plus 1 quarter is equal to what? Half.
Half.
All right. How many 1 quarters are you going to see in 1?
4.
2. Good. So in other words, how many semi-quavers are you going to see in 1 crochet?
4.
Good. How many semi-quavers are you going to see in 1 minute?
8. 8.
Good. How many semi-quavers are you going to see in 1 minute?
8.
Good. Because if you check it very well, if you take 1/4 8 times, that will make up to this. How many semi-quavers are we going to be finding in 1 semi-brief?
16.
Very good. Let's go back to the diagram so that we have an understanding. How many semi-quavers make 1 quiver?
16.
How many semi-quavers make 1 quiver?
4.
2 semi-quavers make 1 quiver.
2.
Because 2 times 1/4 is half. All right?
yes, sir.
1/4 in 2 places. That's half. Right? How many semi-quavers make 1 crochet?
8. 4.
1, 2,
4.
3, 4.
4.
4 semi-quavers make 1 crochet. Okay?
4.
How many semi-quavers make 1 minute? Let's count it. This is a minute.
8.
1,
1,
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 semi-quavers make 1 minute. How many semi-quavers now would make 1 semi-brief? 8 times 2.
16.
Very, very good.
16.
Now we are on point and we are on course. In learning about music, the diagram above shows us the relationship amongst the notes, how they are related, and not only their relationship, how they relate in value and how they relate in application. Do we understand up to this point, please?
Yes. Yeah.
Right?
Ouch, sorry.
Now, we want to, hold on. All right, let's look at them one after the other. Everybody say quarter notes.
Quarter
note.
Who can tell me a quarter note of a whole bar before we proceed? A quarter note, just like we discussed.
A crochet.
How many beats? How many beats make a whole bar?
4.
Four.
Good. So we will say one beat making a whole bar represents one what? Quarter. When you divide a measure into 4 parts, you get quarter note. Is that right? A quarter note gets 1 beat. You can tap your foot to the beat at a tempo of 1 tap per second. Count out loud. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's take a critical look at it. What's the name of this particular note?
Crochet.
A crochet.
Crochet. Okay.
Crochet.
How many crochets make a whole bar? 4 crochets. Okay. And because it is 4 crochets, that means a crochet represents how many beats? 1 beat.
1 beat.
So can we count it now per second? 1, 2,
3, 4.
Go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can we take it again? 1 to go.
1,
2,
3, 4. 1, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is a quarter note or a crochet note that we just tapped. We just, demonstrated how they reflect in real-time scored sheet music. Okay, because 4 of these make a whole bar. You see 4 here in the first bar. You can see 4 here in the second bar. You can see 4 here in the third bar. You can see 4 here in the fourth bar, each representing equal values of notes, of application, of beat, of sound, of pitch, of as it were, duration. Let's count it again before we move to the next one. 1 to go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we are going to do it for the last time. You know why? I didn't hear the sound of your taps. It's either you clap or you tap your finger. Do either of both. You must do something to show that you are counting the beats, not just sequentially, but you are counting them in equal frequency. And that is where the rhythm equally comes in. The frequency must be the same because the notes are what? They are the same. Is that understood?
Yes.
So you either clap or you tap. Can you hear my tap sound?
Yes.
Good. So let's take it again. 1, you can clap, you can tap. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Nice one. Then we have half note, which is half the pie. That's 50% of a whole note. It looks similar to a quarter note, but like we explained, the half note edge is open. Here, it's open or hollow instead of closed like a quarter note. And that is, who can tell me what this symbol is? A minimum. Do we remember? Do we all remember that?
Yes.
Your responses are not rhyming. Do we all remember that, class?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So we are looking at the relationship, the comparison between both. This is a crochet, 1 beat. This is a minim, 2 beats. That is difference 1. Difference 2. They are both oval shaped, slanted oval shape, but this one is hollow. It is open inside of it.
That's 2-bit one.
But they both contain stems. Okay, so instead of having a colored note here for the crotchet, this minim, which is a 2-bit note or half note, as it were, it contains a hollow note, a slanting oval shape, as well as it were, a stem. Now, how many bit value does a minim contain? Does it have?
2.
Very good. So remember, initially we counted 4 crotchets. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's do that previous count again 3 times. You can either clap or you can count. 1 to go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4. For the last time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now here we are. This is a whole bar containing a 4-bit note of the minim, which is 2 bits, and the crotchets, which are 1 bit each. If we are going to count this, I want just an answer. Who can help us to count this as it is to make up to 4? Just one respondent with either a clap or a tap.
I can try, sir.
Yeah, please try. Go on.
1, 2, 3. 1, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 3.
Okay, you really tried, but you are burying the 4. Okay. Who can give me further trials?
1, 2, 3.
Any other person?
Can I try?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, we all tried, but not quite. Just follow me carefully. I'm going to be following the arrangement we have here. So I won't be using the cursor for now. Just make sure you follow. Look here. You see the meaning here. Look at the count. It says 3, comma, and then 4. Meaning that the 3 should extend to 4. So what you'll be having there is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Do you understand? So for this one, we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that understood?
No.
Because that value has already swallowed the next count. So you count them together. Do you understand what I mean?
1, 2.
Do we all understand what I mean, please?
4.
No, not very well.
Not very well. Okay. Thank you for that response. I'm saying, look at the count here. 1, 2. This is 1, 2. If you add 1, 2 to the already counted 1, 2, you have 3, 4. Because this one is an extension of this. You are doubling the value of the crotchet. Remember, a minim is 2 times the value of a crotchet. If you have 1, 2, and you want to make that 1, you want to make 1, 2 as 1, what are you going to do? You are going to
prolong it.
Exactly. Prolong, extend the value of this one. So instead of saying 1, 2, you have 1, 2. Do you understand?
Okay.
1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you like, you can simplify it by saying, okay, instead of using the meaning for 3, 4, You can just make it 1, 2 again. It doesn't really matter, so long as it does not exceed 4 beats in a bar. You can say 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. If you like, you can still maintain the 1, 2, 3, 4 arrangement. Do we all understand now?
1, 2.
Yes.
1,
So
2.
let's count together.
1, 2.
If you like, we can do 1, 2, 3, 4 or 1, 2, 1, 2. It's up to you, but make sure it does not exceed.
Sorry, can we use one, sir?
Okay.
Can we use one so that
it's okay?
We get it master. Okay. We master one.
It's okay. All right. I'm not going to be using my cursor. We are going to say all these for 3 times. Okay. So make sure you stick to it. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Shall we begin? 1,
yes.
2, 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, All right. I can see we all are on fire right now.
Yeah.
That's good. I hope that was easy to crack, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Good. So let's move on. And then we have the whole note. Who can tell me what this note is again?
Semi-grave.
Very good. Containing how many notes? How many
beats?
Good. So like the half notes, the whole note head, the whole note head is hollow. That is spaced in between, but with a more oval shape. It has no stem, let alone any flag. So it is just one lateral, exact oval shaped note, and it is thickened, but with a hollow space in between. Okay, since I want one class, I want somebody who hasn't spoken at all to do the counting for us. You can clap.
I do it.
But make sure I must hear that sound. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
Everybody, let's join now. 2, go.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Binet is caution we should all take. Make sure to note the fact that whole notes hold out for all 4 counts. So you stretch it. It's not 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't break it in between. Stretch it. Okay? 1, 2, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4,
One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So it's like counting it in your mind also.
So you will say 1.
Sorry, somebody is saying something.
Is it like counting it silently with the clap?
Anyone you choose. You can tap, you can clap, but make sure.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You remove your bookmark
and remember, the counting, the count must
You
equal
remove your bookmark and put it
one
at the back
another.
when you're reading.
You don't say 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, they must have the same equal value. Let's take it for the last time. 2 times. So that would be like times 4. That's 8. Okay. Can we go now? 2 go.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Very good. Now we have the smaller quarter notes. Can be divided into 8 notes, 16 notes, so on. 2 8 notes equal 1 beat, or 1 quarter note, and 2 16 notes equal blah blah blah. Let's just look at it together. Let's save all the explanations and face the real thing. But this, who can tell me what the name of this note is?
Quarter.
It's a semi. It's a semi. It's a
Semi-quiver.
It has 2 flags, semi-quiver.
This one.
No, it's a quiver. The quiver.
It's quiver.
But if the flag becomes 2, that is when it becomes a
semi-quiver.
All right. Now there are times when you need to join 2 quavers together to make up to 1 crochet, or make up to 2 crochets or 1 minim. And these lines you are seeing here, those are what we call beams. Let's look at the next slide. Like I said, 16th note, which is a semi-quiver, like we discussed before. How many flags does a semi-quiver have?
2.
How many flags does a quiver have?
1.
Good. Very good. Now, this another count we want to do, and it's a bit more technical. Listen very carefully. From here to here is how many bits? This is a whole bar, right? That is the bar line to take you to the next bar, okay? From here to here is how many bits?
4.
Very good. That's 4. So normally we should still count our 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So by the time you count from 1 here to 2 to 3 to 4, and you land here, that must have completed that bar. Are you with me? So normally it should be, like we've been 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Just a whole bar containing 4 beats. Are you with me? But there are times when in music, you begin to see so many notes, so many semiquavers, so many quavers put together in one single line. No crotchet, no minim, no semi-brief. Okay, now we said 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at it carefully. How many semiquaver makes one beat? Or let us see, how many semiquavers make one crotchet? This is a semiquaver, right? And it is for count 1. All these ones here, they are just for 1.
8.
I was about to say
4.
8.
Let's think carefully. How many semiquavers make one beat? This is 1.
2.
Okay.
How
No,
this is a
4.
this is
4.
semiquaver.
4. Sorry, 4.
It's 4.
So in other words, 4 semiquavers make how many crotchets? 1 crotchet. Crotchet represents how many beats? 1 beat. Okay? But if you look here, of 1 and 2, they are the same. 4 semiquavers make 1 beat. 4 semiquavers make 1 beat, making 8 semiquavers, making how many beats? 1, 2. All right? So you can say 8 semiquavers make 2 crotchets or 1 minim. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
8 semiquavers make how many crotchets?
2.
1.
8 semiquavers make how many minim?
2. 2 minim.
2 minims. 8 semiquavers make 2 crotchets. 8 semiquavers equally make 2 minims. Now let's count it. Look at it very well. Don't count with me. We are saying normally it should be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But look at what we have here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3. I'm coming. Tan 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 ta 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 1 1 1 1 2 2 2 2 3 4 4 4. Do we understand?
Yes.
No.
No.
Can we try it now? Don't practicalize this one yet. Just try the normal one, which is 1 2 3 4. That is for a semi-brief. 1 2 go. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3. Now let's try it for a crotchet. How many crotchets make 4 beats? 4 crotchets, right? So let's clap 4 times. 1 2 3 4. Okay. 1
2 3
4. Again. 1
2 3 4.
Good. How many quavers make 1 crotchet? 2 quavers, right? So if we have 4 crotchets in 1 bar, how many quavers will make up to 1 bar?
2.
2.
If we have 4 crotchets in 1 bar and 2 quavers make up to 1 crotchet, how many quavers will we make in 1 bar? Will we have in 1 bar?
8.
Good. So instead of 1 2 3 4, what do you have? You have 1 1 2 2 3 3 4 4. 1 1 2 2 3 3 4. That's for quavers. 8 quavers make how many crotchets? How many quavers? Sorry. How many quavers make 2 crotchets? 8 quavers.
8 quavers.
Sorry. How many quavers make 1 crotchet? 2. So if you have 4 crotchets in 1 bar, how many quavers are we going to be having? 8. So instead of doing the normal crotchet count of 1 2 3 4, what we have is 1 2 3 4. Clap, tap. That will be 8 quavers. Can we try that one? 1, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. If you want to count a semi-quaver, how many semi-quaver makes one quaver? 2. All right. So that means when normally you should count 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 1, 2, 4. Go. 1,
3, 4. 1, 2, 3,
okay.
4.
1, 2, 3,
4.
1, 2,
2,
3,
3, 4.
We are not counting very well. I want us to count. I want us to tap or clap per quaver. I mean per semi-quaver.
Semi-quaver.
Clap
16.
for the value. Each clap must be the value of a semi-quaver. While still maintaining that 1, 2, 3, 4 arrangement. Okay.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. So that will be 16. 16 semi-quavers make one whole bar of 4 beats, while 8 semi-quavers make up half the bar. So let's count it again. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. So let's treat this exercise. Now, I tried it before. Who can try this one for me now before we move on? Our time is fast spent. Yep.
One.
You're not clapping, so we won't understand. You need to clap or tap.
No, I don't have his number. Okay, let me try.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you. That is the general quaver arrangement. I mean, semi-quaver arrangement. You are right. But for this one here, you remember this is what? A quaver, which is double the value of this one.
Okay.
This is another quaver, which is double the value. So it will be 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 4. All true. No. So who can try this one for me?
3.
Okay, because of time, look at it very well. I'm going to slow it down a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. I will try. 1, 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3, go.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I can't hear everybody at once. All we are saying is 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1.
You say the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I believe are we together? Is it well understood?
No.
No.
Oh, why no? Why no? Because the more the value, the more the notes on the bar, the more the count you are going to be making. Of course, it's still the usual 1, 2, 3, 4. But because we have more notes here, we need to also observe their
1, 1, 1, 1.
1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2,
2, 3, 4.
1, 1, 1, 1,
1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4.
Tap, 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 tap. Tap, 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 tap. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Move on to dotted notes. Now, usually, there are times when a musician or a group of musicians might decide to extend or increase the duration of the note of the music they are singing. And in doing that, they normally have dots. They add dots to the value of the note. All right. So in adding dots to the value of the note, what we are saying is that the function of the dot attached to the note is such that that dot increases the value of that note, like this one, by half its value. This dot after the note head makes the note longer by half its value. Who can tell me this particular note? That's a crotchet, right? So by adding this dot to the crotchet, remember we said the function of the dot is to increase the value of that note by half. If a crotchet is 1, what then is the new value with the dot?
1.5.
1.5.
Very good. Very good. If we have a semi-breve, which is a 4-beat note, and then we decide to dot the semi-breve just in case, and then we decide to dot the semi-breve, what will now be the new value of the dotted semi-breve?
4.5.
You said?
4.5.
Which is what? How many notes? What is the half of 4?
2.
Good. So if I decide to dot that 4-beat note, what is the new value?
6.
Good. That will become a 6-beat note. So basically, understand that the dot after the note head makes the note longer than half. We are going to be pretty faster now because of our time. Who can tell me what this value is? It's a mi what?
2.
What's the name? What's the symbol?
Minim.
That's a minim, okay? So like we said, if the dot increases the value of the attached note by half, and we are saying this is a 2-bit note, what will be the new value be?
3
plus half of it. What is half of a minim? A crotchet.
1.
That's 3.
So 3.
1. That is what?
3.
Okay, so anywhere and anytime you see this on your score sheet, and then this particular dot is attached to it, what it's telling you is that you should increase the value either by playing or by singing by half of that note. And because we have a meaning here, that will be what? 2 plus 1 makes it what? A 3 note. Yeah.
Note.
Likewise, this one. This is a what?
Half plus quarter. Quiver.
Good. That's a what?
Quiver.
Quiver, all right?
It's
What
half.
noted quiver be? That is quiver, which is half, plus semi-quiver. This is, of course, have the value of the quiver itself. So that will be what?
1.
1.5.
1.5.
1.5. Then the beat.
Good. We all try, but it's not exactly.
It will be
1 plus 1/4. 1/4.
Okay. Remember this particular note here. Okay. This particular note here is half of a crotchet. A crotchet is 1 beat, right? So if we are saying this, that is what?
1/3
of 1 beat, half beat plus
3/4.
That's like 3/4 or 0.75 value of a 1-beat note. But basically in music, what we are saying is once you see the dot here, that dot represents half the value of the note it is attached to. So note that every dotted note is equal to that note plus half
of
original value. Okay, every dotted note is equal to half of that note plus that note itself. And then before we close this session, we quickly look at the rest value. A rest is a musical notation sign, just like we have the note value. Normally and naturally, a rest value is just the same as the note value. But what it means there is that instead of you now singing any note, you are going to pause or break depending on the duration of that rest. And of course, rest are also referred to as silent note. Remember what we discussed here? Each rest symbol and name corresponds with a particular note value for length, which means that every note value we have discussed, who can tell me the first one? Semi-brief, right? Which is a 4-bit note. It has its own rest value. Minim, which is a 2-bit note, has its own rest value. Crotchet, which is a 1-bit note, has its own rest value. Quaver, which is a half-bit note, has its own rest value, and then on and on and on like that. Each one has its own rest values. Okay? And just like the original rhythm tree for each note, likewise we have a rhythm tree for each rest value. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay, let's have a quick recap. Who can tell me what a rest is?
A rest is a silent note.
Good. A rest is a silent note. And what does that silent note indicate?
Pause.
A pause or a break.
Yes.
When you're supposed to sing a particular note, you halt. So that note, instead of that note to reflect, it is all these signs that will reflect. Now, who can tell me the equivalence of this one? If this is a 4-bit rest, who can tell me the equivalent 4-bit note? A semi-brief, right? So that means a semi-brief note has an equivalent semi-brief rest, and this is it. A minim, which is a 2-bit note, has an equivalent 2-bit rest, and this is it. A crotchet, which is a 1-bit note, are you with me, please? Are we together, please?
Yeah.
A crotchet, which is a 1-bit note, has an equivalent rest value, which is this. After the crotchet, what do we have?
We have
Quaver.
A quaver, which is a half-bit note, also has an equivalent value. So anytime you see this, what does that tell you? That is a quaver rest. Okay. And then a semi-quaver, which is, a 1/4 note, has a rest value of this symbol that we are displaying here. Do we all understand?
Yes.
Values have equivalent or equal duration as note values. You might want to note that down, please. Let's make sure we write that down. Very important. Each rest value has an equivalent or equal duration as the corresponding note value. So anytime you see this one, that is a semi-brief rest. You are resting all through that bar. You are not making any sound. If you are seeing just this one, that means it is a 2-bit rest. All right? If you are seeing just this one, that means what? It is a 1-bit rest. If you are seeing 2 of these, what does that mean? A 2-bit rest. And then on and on like that. So let's compare them. Why we are saying this is a semi-brief or 4-bit note, this is a semi-brief rest. Are you seeing it, please?
Yes.
This is what? A minim, right? Or 2-bit note. And then this is the rest value for a minim, just like I explained before. This is a 1-bit note, which is a craw what? A craw what? What's the name of this note?
Crotchet.
Crotchet. So instead of in a rest, instead of having this, where you are expected to rest this one, this is the sign. This is the symbol. This is the rest note. Okay? And then what is this one?
Quiver.
All right?
Quiver.
Which is the half of a beat. Okay? Which is half of a crotchet. The equivalent rest for the quiver is this one. Okay? And then the 16th, which is the semi-quiver. This is the equivalent rest. Okay? Are we together?
No.
Yes.
I don't understand.
Whoever said no, can you ask your question quickly? Any concern? Why they know?
It's how explains, right?
Because simply put, what we are saying is, this is the note that you normally sing in music. These are all the notes. Well, there could be more than this, but these are the common notes you have. And for each note, we have an equivalent rest that is equal to each value of note. So if this one is for 4 beats, a semi-brief, this one, whenever you see it, what does that mean? It's a 4-beat rest. This is a 2-beat rest for minim. This is a 1-beat rest for crotchet. This is a half-beat rest for quiver. This is a 1/4 beat rest, for a semi-quiver. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
Class?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So basically, we are saying semi-brief rest, which is 4-beat rest. This is how it is placed. It has a value of 4 beats, the same as a semi-brief note, okay? And then a minim rest, which is 2 beats or half note, half of a semi-brief rest. This is how it is drawn, and it has the value of 2 beats, the same as a minim. We are just saying the same thing in another fashion. Do we understand, please?
Yes.
Class, are you with me?
Yes, sir.
Good. So the minim rest has a value of 2-beat rest, the same as a minim note. This is how you write the minim rest. This is how you write the semi-brief rest. Okay? And then the quarter note rest, which we call the quarter note rest, just like we said before. This is the diagram. That is how it is drawn. The crotchet rest has a value of how many beats? 1 beat rest. Please try to make a distinction between a note and a rest. A note is that symbol displaying that notation that you have to sing or play over a period of time. The rest is that notation that you have to observe. You won't play, you won't sing, you will only rest. You will only pause, you will only halt, you will only break for the duration of that rest. Do you understand, please? Class, are you with me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Quiver rest, which is 8-note rest. That is, it's the same as a quiver note, only that instead of you singing that quiver note, whenever you see this sign, it means you will need to pause, as per the value of that quiver rest. And then the semi-quiver, which is the 16th note rest, that is a value of 1/4 of a beat, the same as a semi-quiver note. So that wherever you see a semi-quiver note having that particular slanting oval shape with a stem and with 2 beams, we are saying that wherever you see this one, instead of playing that one, you are going to observe the rest that will have covered for the value and duration of that semi-quiver. Do we understand, class?
Yes, sir.
All right, then we also have a dotted rest, just like we have dotted notes. Who can tell me the definition of dotted note? What does that dot? What does it?
You add half to your note.
Very good. So the same respondent, please, I need you to answer the question. What is the function of a dotted rest? You had half the value of that rest. Just like you have
half of the rest.
Value of a note when it is dotted, equally a rest can be dotted too. So you had half the value of that rest. Do we understand? Let's give some examples. Who can tell me what this is? That is a minim rest. What did I call it?
Minim rest.
Minim rest.
How many bits does it represent? How many bit rest does
Four.
it represent?
Two.
Okay, so if you add this to it, what does it mean? 2 plus
3.
2
plus 1.
2 plus what?
2 plus
Plus
1
1
equals 3.
equals
2
3.
plus 1, because this is the half of the original value of this. Okay, so that will be a 3-bit what?
rest.
Very good, not note. Okay, 3-bit rest. That is that. Who can tell me what this is?
Mini.
Crotchet rest.
So don't just say crotchet. You need to say it in full. Crotchet rest.
Crotchet rest.
How many bits does the crotchet rest represent? 1 bit.
One bit.
So
One
it's
bit.
1.5 bit.
One rest.
1.5 what?
And a half.
Bit rest. Always ensure to add rest.
Rest.
Just say bit. That's half the mark. Okay. What's this?
Quiver rest.
Okay. Okay. So if you had this dot to it, what will it be?
3/4.
Good. Because this is what? Half.
Half.
Plus 1/4. Half plus quarter is what?
3/4
of a bit. So that will be 3/4 bit rest. Half plus quarter, which is half of half. What is half of half? A quarter. Half plus quarter is equal to what? 3/4 bit rest. Are you with me, please? And then on and on. This is a quarter. Add another quarter to it. That is 1/8. And then there you go. Okay. What rest do you use for a whole bar of silence? This one may not matter most. Whenever you want to, you want an entire bar to be silent, which rest do we use? The semi-brief rest. So if you want a whole bar to be silent, you don't do this. You don't put crotchet rest there. You don't put a minim rest there. Just make sure the whole bar is silent. This will be the correct one. Are you with me?
Yes.
And then if you want to try it for a minim, if it is like, let's say, okay, like, of course, it's still a semi-brief because just like we have 4 bits, we also have 3-bit notes as well. You don't put 3 crotchet rest there, and you don't do this either. But this is just like this one, only that this one has 4 bits in a bar. This one has 3 bits in a bar. This is the actual accurate diagram for it. Do we understand?
Yeah.
And then for 2/4, where you have 2 bits in a bar, you don't do this, you don't do this. This is what you do. Normally it should have been this one, but because we are saying 2 bits in a bar of 4 bits, this is what it will be. Are you with me, please?
Yes.
Very good. So under 2 minutes, we are going to do this together. Now, what you will do is for you to, you do this, work on this assessment or assignment as it were, and then send it to me and to Brother Triumph. If you're in Manchester, please send your results to me via the chat button. If you are in Leeds, send it to Brother Triumph via the chat button as well. Okay? All right, so what is the assessment? Write out the value or the bits of each answer for the notes and the rest. So here you have a note, here you have a rest. You need to tell me what is the value of this, what is the value of this, and then like you write it, you can write it on top, you can write it below. This one too, you can write it on top, you can write it below, whether 1 bit, whether 2 bit, whether half bit or whatever. You can say 1 bit note, 1 bit rest or 2 bit rest and all of that. And then you send the result to us.
I
Okay.
have a question. Do you write
Yes.
the do you write the rests as well?
Yeah. So what you will do, because you are submitting plain answers without diagram, okay? What I will expect you to do is first and foremost attempt this on your own. Okay? Attempt it on your own. You can submit the answer at a later time, but not right after the meeting has ended. No. Make sure you submit it prior to the end of the meeting. So you can just like okay. Another thing is this. Thank you for that question. Instead of using the chat button, you can screenshot your answer to us. Okay? Screenshot your answer to me through your choir leader. If you don't have my direct line, that's for Manchester. If you don't have my WhatsApp handle, you can send your answer to your choir leader, who in turn will forward it to me. The same goes for Leeds. If you don't have Brother Triumph's direct handle, WhatsApp handle, you can send it through your choir leader, who in turn will collate.
That means our sheet in program sheet.
Is that understood, please?
Yes.
So with that, we have come to the end of the session. I hope you had a fabulous and a loaded time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Brother Ola. That was very well thought, and I have no doubt it's been well taken in. Thank you. So now we'll be going for our lunch break, and it's going to last for 45 minutes. So we can still leave, and we can still remain logged on, but we can just go and stretch our legs, have our lunch, to whatever, go through your notes as well. And we will come back by 1:45. Thank you very much. So see you.
Writing's not that easy.
Praise the Lord. You're welcome back from the lunch break. I hope you had a nice one. So without wasting much time, we'll be going to the third session, and which is about the key signature and time signature. And I will be inviting Brother Ernest to take us through. You're welcome, Brother Ernest.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sister Tope, and thank everyone for making our time to come to this masterclass, as well as all our local organizing committee, those that have worked tirelessly to put this resourceful program together for us. I pray that none of us will lose our rewards in Jesus' name. Can you hear me? Let me be sure that you can hear me. If you can hear me, just let me know. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you. Good. Okay, so okay, good. Just to let you know that the way the teaching will go this time around, I'm going to basically mute everyone. If you have a question to ask, if you have, I'll basically mute everybody apart from myself, so you won't be able to unmute yourself except I do that for you. So if you have a question to ask, you can go to the participant button and then raise your hand, or you just type your question into the chat and then I will attend to the question. We'll be doing some pools, so you'll be participating in some pools, as well as I'll be taking you to breakout sections to have some group discussions amongst yourself. So please let this section be very, very interactive. All right, so before I go straight into, and I want to also appreciate all our teachers, our facilitators that have really done some superb jobs in trying to lay the solid foundation for this sight reading exercise. But I think it's very important also we understand what our aim is, and that should be your purpose for also being here. You want to learn how to sight read. So the question is, what is sight reading? I think our host was able to tell us that, but just to give you a better view, so that when you are, when we are learning, we should now know what to really focus on. So when we talk about what is sight reading, I'll show you what you should be, your aim should be towards the end of this course. So if you have this now, so now this is a piece of music. I guess you must have seen this before. So your aim, if you are sight reading, your aim should be, number one, to know the names of these notes. All these things you have been taught. To know the names of this note. What is the name of this note? What is the name of this note? This note. I want to put a name. And when I mean a name, I mean a sulfur. So when I say sulfur, our teacher that taught us in the morning made us to understand that do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. So how do I know if this is do or re or mi or fa? How do I know what this is? How do I know what note this is? How do I know what note this is? How do I know what note? So once I'm able to put name, and the same thing when I come to the bass line, how do I know what note this is for tenor, and what note this is for bass? What note is this? What note is this? So that's what you should actually be thinking about. If I give you this piece music, you should be able to sit down and write out the tonic sulfurs of all these notes in their parts. Then when you finish that, like our last facilitator taught us, you are able to attach time. If I'm singing do for this one, how long should it be? Is it going to be 1 beat or 2 beats, or how many beats is this? How many beats is this? And all those things. So that is sight reading. So sight reading is you are given a piece of music, you are able to read the tonic sulfur, write out the tonic sulfur, then attach time to the tonic sulfurs, and then you sing it, and that's music. So if you're able to do that at the end of this course, I believe that we'll have been able to accomplish what we intend to accomplish for today. All right. So let me go to what I have for us today. Just 1 minute. Let me share this slide. So please remember, if you have questions, use the chat button. I'll be looking at the chat button as I'm talking, or you can also use the raise up your hand button. Don't worry, you're not seeing my face because I'll be doing a lot of writing. Okay. All right, so let's go to what we have today. Time signature and key signature. But we'll start from time signature. We'll start from time signature. Good. The last speaker talked about putting time to notes. Remember, we talked about a crochet note. You know, it's 1 beat. A minim note, you sustain that beat for 2 counts. If it is a semi-brief, you sustain it for 3 counts. So the idea is you may not really, just try to, I don't expect you at this point to cram all these things. And that's why you have your book. You have your book, the conference, the masterclass material. You can always refer to it. By the time you do it by the time you refer to these materials over and over and over again, eventually you'll become comfortable with knowing what we are doing. So the first thing we're going to look at bar lines. And then after, we're going to look at the types of time signature we have. Time is very important in music because music without time will just be noise. Music without time, you can imagine somebody living and there is no time, it's going to be noise. So you have to make sure that when you are singing, you keep to the time. And to be able to keep to the time, you must know the value of the notes and the values of the rest. So that is, you see, everything we are teaching from the state, you find out that all music is connected. So if you have missed the first and the second section of this masterclass, to be sincere with you, you may not benefit much from this because everything is a build-up. I'm going to be using what our two facilitators have said to build up on what I'm going to say now. So music is not disconnected. It's not disjoint. It's a flow. And that's why you have to keep up. So let's go to bar line first. Let's go to bar. So when we talk about bar lines, so let's go to bar lines. Now, I'm not going to spend much time on this, but I just want to show you what bar lines are. So in music, and you will see, just have this at the back of your mind, that a bar line, these are bar lines. It's this kind of lines, you see. They are bar lines. It divides the music into equal time. A bar divides a piece of music. You have a piece of music, just like in time, you have something that divides time into hours. So eventually you have 24 hours made a day. So you have this, a single bar line. You could also have a double bar line like this, 2 bar lines. It means that is the end of one section of the music, not the end of the music, but the end of just one section, maybe the end of the stanza. And then you are going to chorus. So when you are reading a piece of music and then you see a double bar line like that, what should come to your mind is, oh, this is the end of a section. The section could be the section could be a verse or a bridge, and we are going to another section. And then before I come to these ones, let me just talk about this one. So when you see this thick bar line here, it means that is the end of the music. So if you have a piece of music, to know where the music ends, if you are sight reading, you have to check, always look out for this double bar line, this one. And that tells you where the music ends. In a case where you have this type of, you see this repeater, you have this dot. It means all the music in between this place, you have to repeat them. You start here. So that's why sometimes when we say sing a song twice, in music, it means that song was written in this kind of stave. So I sing from here to here, I repeat it again. You get my point? So that is just everything you need to know about bar lines. Any question about that? Any question, please? All right. Remember, if you have your question, simply if you have a question, simply put it in the chat button, or you just raise up your hand and I will unmute you and allow you to speak. All right, so good. So we'll go on. So the next thing we want to look at now, okay, Bro Wale is raising up his hand. Okay, just 1 minute. Okay. Okay, so Bro Wale, you can unmute and ask your question, please.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
You mentioned that online device is the DHS you not so in the first part. How would you explain that?
I can't really hear you very well. The line is.
You defined that line as dividing a piece of music equal time.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm saying the GHS 77 you protect does not refer that the first bar.
Yeah, I mean, those are exceptions. I understand what you mean, and I'm going to talk about that later. You are talking of an anacrusis. I'm going to talk about that later. But the general rule is that bar line divides music into equal parts. You could have exception where the first bar is not complete. Then you need to complete it at the last bar. But generally, apart from that, it divides a music into equal parts.
Okay, thank you.
God bless you, sir. All right, so let's carry on now. I've talked about this. So the next thing I want to talk about now is, I want to go to now time signature itself. Time signature itself. Bro, okay, you raised up your hand. Okay, I'll take your question after I've done this one. Just keep your hand raised up, please. Bro, please, I see you. Just keep your hand raised up. I'll call you after this, please. All right. So the next thing I want to talk about now is the time signature itself. Now, our last speaker really did justice to this. I don't really want to belabor this, but this is what, when we talk about time signature, generally it's just two numbers that you normally see at the beginning of a piece of music. And I'm going to show you an example, but just to teach you what that means, every piece of music normally has this. Look at this number I'm circling. Two numbers, one on top the other. One on top the other. Now, what does this top number tell us? In this case now, you have 3. What does this 3 tell us? This 3 tells us the number of beats you have in a bar. This measure is also called a bar. Remember, we've talked about bar lines. That bar lines divide music into equal bars. So it means if the time signature is 3, if the time signature is what is on top is 3, that means I shouldn't have more than 3 beats in each of those bars. You can't have more than, it's like saying I can't have more than 24 hours in a day. I'm constricted, so everything must be within 24 hours. So in this case now, this is the time, the time denomination of the music. Of course, there are other types of time signature, and we are going to look at that. But I want you to just know that when you talk about remember the upper, we can also say that the upper number is talking about the quantity or number. How many? That is it. How many beats? So how many beats? If you have 3, 4, how many beats do you have in a bar? You have 3 beats. Is that okay? Just give me a thumbs up if you understand that, please. Give me a thumbs up. Go to your reactions and give me a thumbs up. Good. Once you pick up a music, look up at the music. After you've seen this, remember this is the clef. Our brother taught us this, the clef, a G clef. After you've seen the clef, you should see a time signature. The time signature tells you how many beats do you have in a bar. How many? How many? So in this case, you have 3. Am I right? You have 3 beats. You have 3 beats in this case. But remember, our last facilitator told us that we have different types of beats. Remember, you have, you did it. You have the semi-brief. You did all those things. You have what? The minim. And I hope you know how to represent them. The crochet. These are all beats. The crochet and the quiver. I'll stop at there this time. You have these beats. Now, if we say we have 3 beats in a bar, which of these beats am I talking about? Which of them? Because it can't be all of them. It has to be just one of them. That is what, how do I know which beat I'm talking about? That is what this bottom number tells me. So this bottom number can be like what I call the quality, the nature, or the type of beats. Now, this is what I want you to know. When it is 4, that is 4 is down. So it's like saying it is 1/4. So this 4 is this 4. So what beat, just to help you, when it is 4, you're talking about a crochet. Let me not just make you. So this is 4. This is 4. Anytime you see the lower number is 4, then you say, oh, the value of 1 beat is a crochet. That means I am talking about 3 crochets in a bar. Can you say that where you are? 3 crochets in a bar. Say that again. 3 crochets in a bar. Why did I say it's 3 crochets in a bar? It simply means it is That means each bar must not exceed 3 crochets. 3 crochets like this. Each bar must not exceed 3 crochets. So you have this is a bar line, you have another 3 crochets. So that's what it's telling you. Each bar should not exceed 3 crochets. Now, if this, I'm going to test you on something, but before then, I want to, okay. So you have been taught how to clap. So if, for example, if this is 3 beats in a bar, it is 1. And remember that the beat we are talking about is crochet, because crochet is 4. Crochet is 4. So anytime you see 4, know that it is crochet, the standard beat. The beat that the note that should have 1 beat. The note that should have 1 beat is crochet if it is 4. If it is 2 or 8, then it is not crochet. It is another type of note. It is one of these types of note, and you will tell me later. Now, but the question what I want to do is, if you have 3 beats in a bar, how do you do it? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Because how many? This is the number 3. So can we clap 3 crochet beats in a bar? Everybody. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I'm not seeing you. That's why we asked to switch on our camera, so that I'm not sure that you are just not you are not just lying on your bed and just looking at me. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And now, music tip. This thing is very important, because sight reading, if you don't know the time, it's not. You don't say 1, 2, 3. 1 is that, you know the way a clock ticks. Your counting should be the way a clock ticks. It should be regular. Bam, 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 bam. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, good. I'll give you a question now, but before then, let me take the question from Bromfon. Bromfon, please ask your question, please.
Okay.
You ask your question, please.
Yeah, Brightness, could you just go back to the previous slide about the repeat aspect? Just want to ask something. Yeah, I mean, I'm new to this. So you did mention that the tick bar at the end just signifies the end of the music piece, right? That's the final.
Yeah.
So how would you represent a repeat at the end?
Okay, beautiful. It's possible that in the end there is a repeat. Then it's already this. It's this, because you see the repeat already has a tick bar.
Yep.
The difference between the repeat and the final is just these 2 dots.
Okay.
So if the repeat is the end of the song, then just put it there. It's okay. I mean, it already.
So I don't need to add another.
No, because everything here is already represented here.
Okay.
Apart from just these 2 dots.
Okay. All right. So please, back to the time signature. What if? Sorry, this is for people that are just learning this thing newly. So what if the 3 is it possible to have something like 5 beats?
I'm coming there. I love the way you are pushing me. You are pushing me forward. I'm coming there very soon.
Okay. All right.
I'm coming there very soon. I will. If I finish talking about it and you still don't understand, still raise your hand again. Okay. But for now, we lower your hand. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Now, I want every one of you to. I have a question for you, and I want you to look at your computers. Now, everybody, look at your computers. You are going to get a question, and I want you to vote. The question says, if you remember, I talked about the bottom notes. This bottom notes. Remember, it was. We said it is if the bottom note is 4, then the 1 beat is a crochet. What of if the bottom note is 2? If this bottom note is 2 or 8, what will be the 1 beat note? Because crochet cannot be 1 beat note every time. It can change. So if this bottom note is 2 or 8, what will be the bottom note? So pick the number there. I give you 5 seconds. 15 seconds to do that, please. Everybody must vote. I can see people that are voting, please. I mean, if you are here, you have to participate, please. You have 7 more seconds. A lot of people are not voting. I mean, please, please, come on. I don't want to call your names, please. Even if you don't know it, just pick something because it will help me to understand what I should focus on. Even if you don't know it, just pick something, please. All right, I'll stop there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, end the poll. Now let me show you the results and then I'll tell you what the answer is. I hope you can see the results. Already, you can see that the answer is, before I tell you the answer, these two, remember if 4 is crochets, remember this 4, if it is crochets, 2 is smaller than 4. Am I right? Good. When our brother was teaching us notes, what is the note that is times 2 of a crochet? If you remember, it is minim. Because 2 times 2 is 4. So the note that is twice of a crochet is minim. So if this value here is 2 instead of, if this bottom note is 2 instead of 4, then it will be 3 minim beats. That means you are going to have 3 minim beats, not 3 crochet now. And you are going to see the implication of that. 3 minim beats in a bar. Now this 8 is bigger than 4. It is like, it's like, you know, so you are going to 8 now is, this is, it means 2 crochets. We get 4 times 2. So 4 times 2 will give us 8. So which crochet, which note are you going to have if you have 2 crochets? And that is quiver. So I want you to know that. So the answer is those that got minim and quiver. So that's the answer. And I see majority of you got that, but few, I guess. So to help you now, bottom number, if it is 4, is crochet. If it is 2, it's minim. I'm talking of bottom number, not up number. If it is 8, is quiver. I'll stop there for now. You could have 16, which is semi-quiver, but it doesn't. I'm not teaching that in this class. So this is what you have. So this is what you have. So we have talked about the bottom number now. We have talked about the bottom number. Now let's talk about the up number before I show you an example. Let's talk about the up number. So if I go back to this, okay. So we've done the pool. So now types of time signature. Types of time signature. There are different types of time signature. Number 1, we could have what we call duple time signature, where 2 is on top. And from this talks to your question that you could have other numbers apart from 3 on top. Because remember, the number on top is only telling us how many. So if we have 2 on top, then it means we have 2 bits. The number now is 2 bits. Whatever the bit is, that is whatever the bottom note is a different ball game. But whatever the bottom note is, it shouldn't be more than 2. So that means that in this case now, we can have 2, 2, 2, 4, 2, 8. This is what? 2 minim bits in a bar. Because this is minim, remember. And then this is what? 2 crochet bits in a bar. And then this is 2 quiver bits in a bar. So the up number is always telling you how many. Please don't forget that. Don't forget that, please. Then also you could have, we've talked about it already, you could have 3 on top. The example I showed you was 3 on top. 3 on top. So you could have 3 on top. Let me go back to this 2 on top. So if you have, let's say, 2, 4, for example, how do you count it? 1, 2, 1, 2, because it's two crochets. 1, 2. Can you do that? Let me see you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It must be consistent. So that is 2. In this case now, you could also have 3 on top. You could have 3, 2. You could have 3, 4. Remember, that was the example we did at the beginning. Then you can have 3, 8. All these are simple time signatures. So you could have these kind of stuffs. In that case, you will have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Good. Then the last one you could also have is you could have what we call quadruple. You don't need to remember the grammar. Just know that, quadruple is 4 on top. So you could have, in this case, you could have 4, 2, 4, 4, 4, 8. Remember that the upper note is telling us of what? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The bottom note is telling us what note should we use as 1 beat. If it is this, then it means we should use minim as 1 beat. If it is this, it means we should use crochet as 1 beat. And if it is this, it means we should use quiver as 1 beat. So please know that, don't forget, up is how many, down is what beat. Up is what? Can I hear you? Okay, I can't hear you, but just say it. Let me see you. Up is what? How many. Down number is what? What beat. And the beat could either be 2, 4, or 8. If it is 2, minim. If it is this, crochet. If it is 8, quiver. Any question about this? Okay. If there is no question, I just want to also show you something so that you don't get confused. There is what we call common time. You see, this 4, 4. 4, 4 is the most common time. 4 crochets in a bar, 4 crochets in a bar, 4 crochets in a bar, 1, 2, 3, 4. This crochet, also known as common time, can be represented as C. So if you pick up a music piece and you can't find a time signature, instead of a time signature, you are seeing C. It means it's a common time. And that simply means that that time signature is 4, 4. You understand? It simply means that the time signature is 4, 4. Then another thing again is 2, 2. Look at 2, 2. This 2, 2. 2, 2 is what we call cut time. Cut time. Cut time or cut common time. That means half of common time, or what you call a la breve. A la breve. And how is it represented sometimes? Like this. So remember, when you see a symbol like this, it means 2, 2. And 2, 2 means what? 2 minim beats in a bar. If you see a note like this, and you see a C like this, it means 4, 4. 4 crochet beats in a bar. Any questions so far? Raise your hand, please. All right. If there is no question, I'll go to the next one now, which is more practical, and you will see an example of all these things. Okay, so the next. All right, so the next one is, let's have some example now. Let's have some example. We are going to start from this number 1. Now, what time signature is that? 4, 4. What does it mean? 4, where's the time signature? This is time signature. It means 4 crochet beats in a bar. Remember, I told you that this is a bar line. This is a bar line. The notes in this bar line should not be more than 4 crochets. If you count it, this is 1 crochet, 2 crochet, 3 crochet. What is this? A crochet rest. So it makes up the 4. Remember, we are taught rest. It makes up the 4th crochet. So there are 4 crochet beats, not necessarily 4 crochet notes. It could be notes, it could be rest, But when you add everything up together, it should give you four crochet beats in a bar. So now, for the sake of argument, let's assume that all these notes here, they are all do, they are all do, they are all do. Of course, they are not all do, but let's assume they are all do. Can I hear you say do? Everybody just say do where you are, do. Good. Now let's count this. Let's count this note. 1. Now to sight read, you should be able to count and come into the music. Because if I give you this piece now and I say sight read it, you won't just start. I mean, you want to say, okay, the time signature is 4/4, and I see that the first bar, this is the first bar. This is the first bar. All these things from year to year is 1 bar. From year to year is another bar. Do you see? This is not the end of the music. As you can see that this bar is a double bar line. It shows that this is the end of the section, but actually the music continues. It's just that I didn't give you the other part of the music. So it's not the end of the music, but this is first bar. This is second bar. Now, I see that the bar is complete. This first bar is complete because it has 4 crochet. This is a crochet 1, 2, 3, 4. So how do I count to come in? 1, 2, 3, 4. I count the complete time signature first. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 1, 2, 3, go. Now, the go is the 4th one for me to come in. Instead of me saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, do, 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 do. That 4 that I'm supposed to come in, I'll use it as go. You understand? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, go. Do, 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 rest. That's how to sight read. Let's assume that all the notes are do. So let's sight read it together now. Let's assume that all the notes are do. 1, 2, 3, go. Do, 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 do. Are you following me? Put a thumbs up, please. Let me know if you are following me. Let me see your thumbs up, please, so that I'm not seeing any. Okay, good, good. So please remember that this is a crochet note. These notes are crochet notes. So they are 1 beat. Why do we say they are 1 beat? Because actually, this 4 tells us that it's a crochet beat that we should give 1 beat. It's a crochet beat that we should give 1 beat. So 1, 2, 3, go. Do, 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 do. Now, when we come to this number 2, it is still 3, 4. It's still a crochet beat that we should give because the bottom note tells us what beat we should count as 1. So it is a crochet beat that we should count as 1 note. But in this case, instead of 4 crochet beats, now we have 3 crochet beats in a bar. But what can you see here? Look at this second bar. This is the second bar. Is this second bar, does it have 3 crochets? If you think it has 3 crochets, just go to the participant and click yes. If you think no, it doesn't have 3 crochets, click no. Go to the participant button, you will see a yes and no button there. If you think this because we say it should be 3 crochet beats in a bar. If you think this second bar has 3 crochet beats, not 3 crochet notes necessarily. It has 3 crochet beats. Go to the participant button and click yes. All right, you have 5 seconds more. 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Good. Most of you got it. All of you got it. Because this meaning is what? 2 crochet beats. So, but how do we sight read this now? Because we're talking of time signature. And this is the beauty of time signature. That, listen to me, just listen. I want to sight read this now. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, go. Do, 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 do. Do you see that? What did you realize there? When I got to the meaning, I sustain that do for 2 counts. When I got to the meaning, because actually I am using the crochet as my 1 beat. So every other beat, I have to relate it to crochet. So what do you have here now? Let's take it again. Everybody do it where you are, and be careful when you get to this, man here. When you get to this man here, be very careful. Be very careful. When you get to this man here, be very careful to sustain for 2 beats. So let's assume that all the tonic so far is do. 1, 2, 3, go. Do, sorry. It's wrong. It's 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, go. Do, 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 do. So to help you, you can tap your feet, be tapping your feet so that each tap will be like a 1 beat. Do. So it's like do, 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 do. You see, those two claps that ended it, they are still part of the music, but I didn't sing anything there because it is rest. And then when I got to that meaning, I said, do. I clapped 2 times and I was still singing my 1 note do. All right. The last one I want to look at is this one, 2/4. 2/4 simply means 2 crochet beats in a bar. Because remember, this 4 is crochet. Now, if you look at this, this is a quiver, 2 quivers. This gives you 1 crochet, 1 crochet. So you have 2 crochets at the end of the day. Now, how do you do this? Because you cannot sing this. This is a quiver, although it says we should use a crochet note as 1 bar. It says we should use a crochet note as 1 beat. So 1, 2, 1, 2. Those are crochet notes. But this particular beat here is not a crochet. It is a quiver. How do I now sing it? It means when I say 1, 2, in between my 1 and 2, I must sing these two guys here. In between my 1, as I'm singing this 1, so it should be 1. So let's assume it is do, do, do. So it will be do, 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 do. Do you see it? Do, 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 do. Can you try it? 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry. Let's count again. Remember the counting. The counting, very important. 2, 4. 1, 2, 1, go. Do, 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 do. So when you have a time signature and what is under, in this case, is a crochet, if you have notes that are not crochets, if you have notes, for example, that is a quiver, you have to learn how to, sing those notes within the time. Within the time. So it's very, very important, please. Any questions so far? Raise your hand, please. Okay, let me see. How many questions do we have? All right, Bro Wale, you are muted, please. Ask your question.
Yeah, the 2/4 again, the way you're singing it, it's like you're prolonging, you sing it like a dotted quiver against a dotted, against a semi-quiver. I was thinking you should be taking singing do. I don't know whether you can take it again. That's how it's getting across to me. So it should be like half beat. It's like you sing it.
No, if it's half beat,
I'm sorry to say that.
It depends on how you look at it. Do, 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 do. So it's not do, 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 do. That's half beat. You understand? But do, 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 do. So I'm singing two equal do's in 1 beat. Do, 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 do. So if you want, and this is just quiver. If it's a semi-quiver, do, 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 no. But I don't want to be too fast.
Yes, I know. But the point I'm making is this. The first note of the 2 quavers, it's like you're singing like a dotted quiver. So make it a bit half so that it's clearer that you're singing half beats instead of three-quarter.
It's half. So this is if it were to be one beat, it would be do 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 do. But because these are half beats, these quavers are half between do 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 do. In the next page, we are coming to dotted notes. You will see how you sing dotted notes. It's different from what I've just done now. Is that clear? Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you for that observation. Okay, so let's go to, we'll go to the next one now. And then I'll have an exercise for you before we can. This is the last one we're going to have. So now look at this. We're talking about dotted and tied timings. Now we've been taught our last teacher taught us that if a note is dotted, then you have to prolong that note more than the usual, without the dot. So for example, here now, what time signature is this? What is 4 beats, 4 crochet beats in a bar? Can you say that? 4 crochet beats in a bar. Now look at this first bar. Is it complete 4 crochet beats? Go back to the participant button. If you say yes, it is complete, type yes. If you say no, click on yes. If you say it's not complete, click on no. Remember, it should be 4 crochet beats in a bar, 4 crochet beats. It may not really notes, but beats. So if you calculate all the beats, it should give you 4 crochet. So can you please go to the participant button and click on yes or no? If you go to the participant, you see yes or no. All right. So I see that most of us agree that it's complete because this is a minim. This minim, remember, minim is 2 crochets, and this dot is half of a minim plus 1 crochet, making 3 crochets plus 1 crochet, making 4. So it's 4. Now, how do you sing a dotted note? Look at this note now. It's dotted. You can't. You say 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, if the dot is not there, I want you to listen very carefully. If the dot is not there, it will just be 2 crochets. So you sing do, do. But because the dot is there, it has to be 3 crochets. So you have to sustain that do for three claps. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, go. Do, 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 do. Sorry, let's take it from the beginning to the end now. Try as much as possible to, everything is do, but what I want you to learn is how to fix time to those notes based on what you know about the notes. So let's go now. If I were you, what I normally do is this. If I want to side treat, if I know the tonic suffer, I will come here, I will say, this is 3 beats. I will count 1 here. This is 1. This is 2. This is 1, 1, 1. This is 3. And then this is 4. So I have those ones under. So in my clapping, I'm okay. You understand? So let's go together now. I've given it to you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, go. Do, 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 do. Can we try it? I mean, if you are doing it, it's good for you. If you are not doing it, I mean, it's not good for you because you are not going to learn it. You learn music by singing, by doing it yourself. Let's take it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, go. Do, 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 do. So that is one way to do it. You have the music, write the time value on top of all the notes so that it will give you, I mean, this, you are just starting. I don't expect you to just pick up a music and you just sing it, But when you do that with time and time, it becomes part of you. You don't need to write all this other 1, 2, 3 there again. You understand? Because already it's not part of you. But as a learning process, you have a sheet of music. When you've gotten the tonic software, you want to say, okay, how do I sing this? Look at the time signature. The time signature tells you what note should have 1 beat. And all the other notes should now revolve around that note that has 1 beat. All right, so the last thing now is what this is for. What if a note is tied? if a note is tied, what do I call a tied note? It's different from a slow. If a note is tied, look at this note. You see that they are on the same space. They're on the same space. Look at this note. They're on the same. So when two notes are on the same space, they are connected by this, you call it, it's a tie. That means you will sing this one and hold the same note until you get here. So for example, this is 4/4. 4 crochet beats in a bar. This is 1. So this is 1 now. This is 2. Now, how many claps should I have for year and year? How many claps should I have? Put it in the chat button. Let me see, everybody. How many claps should I have? So when I sing my do, for how many claps should I sustain my do for to cover this tied notes here? Put it in the clap. Put it in the chat button. All right. Okay. Now it is 3. Those of you that said 3, you got it, because this meaning is 2 claps. This is 1 clap. So I have to sing all the claps together because they are tied together. They are joined together. Now they are 1. They are joined together as 1. So if this is 2 and this is 1, then I have to sing 3 claps. So if I have, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, go. Do, 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 do. So you have to, that's why it's good if you are just learning, you write out those times to be able to know if you have a sheet. So let's write this out now. This is 1 clap. Let's write it out. Let's write it out. 1 clap here, 1 clap here. How many claps here? 3 claps here. When I mean 3 claps, I mean you will sustain your do for 3 claps. Because of this, how many clap here? 1 clap here, 1 clap here. How many clap here? 3 claps here. How many claps here? 3 claps here. How many clap here? Crochet, 1 clap. How many clap here? Meaning 2 claps. So I've given you the time now. So can we go together? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, go. Do, 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 do. Can we try it again? I may be making some mistakes because nobody is perfect. So in the talking, but you just make sure you get it right. Let's go together again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, go. Do, 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 do. That's how music, that's it. You have done music. That's music. I mean, you see the way it's becoming, it's appearing to, oh, this is the way the instrumental let me. So that's it. You understand? So you pick up to summarize it now, know what is this note, know what the value of the note is. For example, if instead of 4, if this is 2, for example, if the time signature is 4, 2, or let's say 2, 2, the time signature is 2, 2. That means it is no longer crochet that is 1 beat now. What is 1 beat now? Meaning, look at it, 2, bottom note, meaning. So that means all these crochets, this crochet will now be half beat, no longer 1, because the new one now is this meaning. This will now be 1 and the half. This will be 1, this half, half. This is 1 and the half, 1 and the half, half, 1. So it's not compulsory that crochet must always be the 1 beat. No, it depends on what is the bottom note of the time signature, but it's the same thing. So for example, if we want to side through this now, it's going to be, it's 2, 2. So it is, and because it is a minim, it has to be slower because minim is bigger than crochet. So if crochet is 1, 2, 1, 2, minim can be 1, 2, 1, 2. So let's go now. 1, 2, 1, go. Do, do. So it will be do, 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 do. So it will be do, 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 do. If you are sight reading something and you have, let's say, a minim here and a crochet here, and this is dotted. And this is, remember, it is 2, 2. So this is 1. So the standard note, the 1 beat is meaning. So this is 1, then half. It will be 1 and. This half is like saying and. 1 and 2. So it is do, do. So it is do, do, do. 1 and 2 and 3. So that's how you do dotted notes. So anytime you see dotted note and the other note following it is half of the original note, it's just say, okay, 1 and 2. So we call it skipping. You are skipping. Syncopation. You are syncopating. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. You see, it's skipping, it's skipping, it's skipping. So that simply means that it is dotted note you are sight reading. All right. I've talked a lot. It's your time to talk now. So I'm going to take you to breakout rooms, please. In these breakout rooms, I want you to, I will like you to, I'll give you an exercise. I'll give you an exercise. So please, when you get to your breakout room, unmute yourself, please. The conversation flows better if your camera is on, and then someone can share the screen. I will give you the question, then you discuss in your breakout room and come out with a solution. So the question is this. You have this sheet of music. You have this sheet of music. Please, everybody snap this sheet of music because I'm taking you to a breakout room now. You may be 3 or 4 in that breakout room, and you have to come out with a solution. You have to come out with a solution. So please, can you snap it? I'll give you 3 seconds to snap it, please. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. All right. Okay, so now, when you go to your breakout room, only focus on the first stave. You don't need to do all the stave. Just focus on this stave. Just focus on this first stave. Just focus on this first stave, only this first stave. Leave the other staves. Focus on this first stave and just focus on just one of the notes alone. Now, the question is this. When you get to your breakout room, work as a team and find out how you are going to sing this song, assuming that all the notes are do. Assuming that all the notes are do, assign time to these notes. When you come out from your breakout room, you will before you come out, agree amongst yourself who is going to present. So I will call on some rooms. So please know your room number, where you are, know your room number. I will call on some rooms to present what they are able to get. And then that will be it for. So I'll take you to your breakout room now. So you have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to do that, please. So we have, okay, let's see. 11 breakout rooms. Okay, so we create. So I'm taking you to your breakout room now. So see you in 4 minutes. Actually, you have 4 minutes because 4 minutes, and that will be it. 4 minutes. So see you.
All right, guess we're all back. So I'm going to call just 2 or 3 rooms to. But before then, I have a question I want you to answer. Just go to the pool now. Look at the time signature in this piece. I want you to select which one is the correct time signature. You have 5 seconds. Look at the piece. Select the time signature, the correct one. Because if you don't get the time signature right, then whatever you did in your room is wrong. Before you start sight reading a piece, you have to understand what the time signature is. Very important. All right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, all right, that's it. Thank you. So let's see what the popular opinion is. So this is it here. So, all right. So we see there are people that got it right, and there are those that got it wrong. I talked about this when I talked about this, and if you read, sorry, I think I've gone ahead of time. If you read the material, this also shows that maybe some of us did not read the material, and this is a time signature here. This is a court common time, an ala brief. So it is 2-2.
I said that when you have a C with a stroke, it is the same as 2-2. If it is just an ordinary C without a stroke, then it is 4-4. But this one has a stroke, so it is cut. The C is cut. So that's why we say it is cut common time. So it is 2-2. So if you didn't do the sight reading on this key, on this time signature, then you have missed it because there's no way you could have gotten it right. I mean, it's 2-2. But what you can see here is that despite it's 2-2, that means it is 2 minim in a bar, 2 minim in a bar. But for the first one, we have 1 minim and a half. It's not complete. But what I said is that when the first bar of a music is not complete, it's normally completed at the last bar. So look at this. You see, it is completed. And that's what you call an anacrusis, an uptime. You understand? So in that case now, you have to think of a way to count it to come in. But let me leave those technicalities. So which room can confidently, which room did it well, and who can confidently tell us how to sing this song? Assuming that all the notes are do. Just raise your hand and I'll call you. I just need one person. Just raise your hand and I'll call you now. Is anybody raising hand? Nobody's raising hand. So nobody's confident? What did you do in your room? Okay, Mikael wants to try. Okay, good. So Mikael, you can unmute yourself and try.
I
Oh yeah, go on. Go on.
have decided to fall.
No, Mikael, hold on, Mikael. That's not what I want. I know you know the song. I said, look at the notes. So not the song. Assume all those notes are do, 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 and use do, 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 to. You have put time. So it's not, I mean, it's good to start with a song you know when you want to sight read. It makes life easier for you. Then you see how the song moves. All right, Sister Dotu, lastly.
Do, 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 do.
Yeah, you didn't complete this now.
Okay. Okay.
But it's okay.
Can I try
I want when you have to sight read, you have to count the time. What's the time signature? 1, 2, 1, 2. Then you come in because now this is one note. So this is 1. This is 1.5. All these are half. Anytime you see crochet, it is half. So it is do, 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 do. So these are because this minim is, remember, it's 2-2. Minim is the 1 beat. Minim should take 1 beat, the 1 beat. All right. So Sister Dotun, you did well. Let me give Sister Lola a chance. Sister Lola, please. You can unmute yourself, Sister Lola.
Do, do, mi, so, 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 la, so, mi, do.
Okay, it's good. That's good. I mean, that's good. I was just expecting that we just use do, do, do throughout for now. But it's okay, ma. You got it. The thing that, so how do we do this? So let's all do it together before we go to the next one, because this is the real thing in sight reading, actually. It's time. Time is everything in music. So let's count 1, 2. Let's assume everything is do. So 1, 2. So this 1, 2 I'm counting is for minimo. So when you say minim, that is when you use this 1, 2. If it is a crochet, it is 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, because it's half of a minim. Do you understand? So let's count now. And then because this is tied, so it is 1.5. So it is 1. So it is like, so you have 1, 2, 1, 2. Then you have 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5. So you have to. So let's count it now from the beginning. 1, 2, 1, 2, go. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Again, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, go. Do, 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 do. All right, so I'm going to stop here so that I'll go to the next this thing. But what I just want to let you understand is when you want to sight read, it's better you start from a song you know. So that already you know the way it goes in your mind. You can now say, okay, it's 1 beat, it's 2 beats. I know this song, it's 3 beats here. You see how the notes relate. Then from the songs you know, you can now go to the songs you don't know. Is that okay? All right. And the next one, actually, I'm not going to take much time because you already have them in your notes, but I will simply just, so the next one we are going to is key signature. Now, we've been saying, assume that all the notes are do, assume all the notes are do, but actually all the notes are not do. All the notes are not do. So I want to say, how do you determine when the note is do, when it is me, like you had our last sister that sang do, do, me, so. How does he know that that means me? How does he know it is so? You know, how does she know that it is me, so? So we're going to do that now. So we're going to look at accidentals and major keys. We're not looking at the minor keys, we're just looking at major keys. Just a couple of things I want you to know. One is that there is what we call a sharp in music, sharp. Anytime you see a sharp in music, just know that whatever that note is, it has been raised by 1/2 step. 1/2 step simply means a semitone. So it means if you have increased that note by a semitone. Don't worry, just have that at the back of your mind. Don't start thinking, oh, how does it apply? Don't worry, we're going to talk about that. If it is a flat, when somebody says, oh, why are you flat? It means you are not your normal self. You are below your normal self. You know, you look flat. If you say somebody is sharp, it means the person is above the normal self. It's the same thing in music. The note is above the normal. So if it's like A or B or C, it is no longer normal A. It is now a little bit above the normal A. So for example, if you have A, remember our music alphabet is A to G. So if you have A, and then I say, okay, sharpen the A, it means don't give me normal A. Give me a that is a little bit higher. It's still A, but it's just a little bit higher than the normal A. It is, if I say, okay, instead of that, give me A flat. This is how you represent it, A flat. Give me A flat. It means make it a little bit flat. Don't make it too, no, it's not the normal A, just flatten it. Then this is natural. It means if I have a flattened note like this, if I have a flattened note, for example, like this, let's say I have, so if I have a flattened note like this, I have a flattened note like this, 1 minute. And I want to, this is not the normal A, but I want to bring it back to the normal A so that it will be the normal A in music. What I just simply need to do is to add, a natural sign. That means take it back to the natural. Cancel every accidental. Cancel all the accidentals. And then this is double sharp, this is double flat. It means raise a note or lower a note by 2 steps or a whole steps or what you call a tone. These are all in your books. I won't belabor it. They're in your materials, but it's just to help you because we'll be talking about the application in the next slide. All right. Now in music, there's what we call keys. Do you remember once again that our brother that started taught us in the morning that music is A to G? Now, A to G, what that simply means is that in music, all music is within this letter. So if I give you a piece of music, the first thing you want to find out is what is the key? Because if you don't have the key, you can't open the door. If you don't have the key, you can't even do anything. If you don't know the key of the song, you can't do anything. It's like you are going into a house and you don't have the key. You will stand outside. So when you pick up a piece of music, you want to find out what is the key. I need the key to open this music. Once you know the key, you know the time signature, you are good to sight read. So the 2 basic things you need to know to sight read is the key of a song and the time signature. The key signature and the time signature. Now, there are, as you can see here, there are about 14 keys in music. I'm not expecting you to cram all the 14. you can, what I normally do when I was learning newly is that I have a small paper where I put all these things. So anytime I see a piece of music, I bring out my little expo. I call it, I look at it, I say, okay, this is it. And over time, I got to know it. I just dropped the expo and I started doing it. So it may not, you just have something at the back of your hand to be, But to help you, you see, a key, if you look at it, look at this one, look at this first one. If you look at all these things, there are no accidentals there. What do I mean by accidentals? What do I mean by accidentals? That was the last thing we did now. There are no sharp or flat. There are no sharp or flat there. So this is what I mean by accidentals. All these sharp or flats. There are no sharps, there are no flats. So when you look at a piece of music and you look at the beginning, because key signature are normally written close to time signature. They are normally written very close to time signature at the beginning. If you look at the beginning of a music and there is nothing, no sharp, no flat, that is C major. So C major is the simplest key because no sharp, no flat. And I'll tell you the implication of that. So just have that at the back of your mind. If you look at a piece of music and it has only one sharp, what key is it? G major. If you look at the key signature and it has, this looks like flat, a flat. How many flats? 4 flats. What key will it be? A flat. Look at it, 4 flats. 1, 2, 3, 4. It will be A flat. A flat. A flat. So it is very important you understand when you look at the key, does it have an accidental? If it has no accidental, no sharp or flat, then it's C major. If it has an accidental, how many accidentals does it have? Then you account 1, 2, 3, or da. Okay, if it's a sharp or it's a flat. Now, a key signature is either totally a sharp or totally a flat. You can't have a key signature where you have like this. Now you have some sharp, you have some flats. No. So we have, like we can say, this is the sharp family. You can call this sharp family. Sharp family. And this is the flat family. So key signature are either sharp family or flat family. That is if they are not C major. If they are not C major is natural. Natural. It has no sharp, it has no flat. So if I give you a piece of music and you look at it, no sharp, no flat at the beginning, and I ask you, what's the key of that music? C major. That's the beginning. That's how to sight read, because already you open the key. You know the key, you know it's C major. Now to help you, I designed something very simple for you because we want learning to be easy. So how do I remember all these things? How do I remember? How do I remember? What do you have there? Go down and enter by faith, Christian. Can we say that together? Go down and enter by faith, Christian. This is how to remember sharps. This is for sharp. Now, to just ask you a question, if you pick up a sheet of music and it is 5 sharps at the beginning, 5 sharps, what is the key signature by this mnemonic? Because I want you to, if you can memorize these mnemonics, it's good. What is the key signature? If you just put it in the chat button, I know the thing is, but put in chat, but 5 sharps, 5 sharps. What is the key signature? Go down and enter by B major. That's how I remember. So when I pick up a song, I look at, it is how many sharp? Go down and enter by faith. Anywhere the thing stops, that is the key. And you all got it right. You are smart guys. You got it right. All right. So the next one, like we said, it could be a sharp. It could be the music can be sharp or flat. So if it is a flat, how do I remember flats now? Because now this I remember flats. Flats becomes easy after doing good, Christian. Flat becomes easy after doing good, Christian. Now, please, this is very important. If it is one flat, what is the key? F major. That is flat. Apart from F major, every other flat family must always have flat at the back of the name. For example, if it is 3 flat, look at it here. Flat becomes easy after, sorry, flat becomes easy. If it is 3 flat, you won't say it is E major. No, it is E flat. So apart from F major, which is 1 flat, every other key in the flat family must always have flat at the back of this name, so that you don't go and mistake it. Because if for example, if you say this is E major, then what is this? What is this? Do you get my point now? If you say this is E major, then what is this one? What is this one? So we have 2 major, 1 in the sharp. No. So it is E flat major, E flat major, A flat major, D flat. You must always have that flat. I mean, it is the same way you are going to side treat E flat, you will side treat E major eventually. It's the same way. It's the same way in a very simple step. It's the same way. But in terms of recognizing the key, if I ask you, you don't just say E major when it is E flat. So if it is sharp family, you don't go and say A sharp, E sharp, B sharp major until you get to this point, which is this, until you get to this point. And these points, they are rarely used in music. They are rarely used in music. These keys that I just circled, they are rarely used in music. I mean, so yes, but these are these 5, apart from this, all these other ones, they are very popular. You understand? So when it is sharp, it is the normal name, A major, G major. Don't go and say G sharp, D sharp, A sharp. No, it is A major, E major. But if it is flat, that is when you'll now be adding E flat, A flat, but not F flat, not F flat, not F flat. F is just normal F, but it is a flat family, but it is normal F. Apart from F, which has 1 flat, all other flats has to have flat at the back of their name. Any questions so far before we jet on? Okay, let me look at this mnemonics. Look at this mnemonic, because I want you to learn this mnemonics. Look at this mnemonics. Can you tell me what, if it is 5 flats, what is the name of the key? Put it in the chat button quickly. If it is 5 flats, what is the name of the key? 5 flats, what is the name of the key? 5 flats, what is the name of the key? All right. So some people are still writing D major. I said once it is 5 flat, you have to put D flat. Because if you say D major, this is D major here. This is D major. So it has to be D flat. So please, anything you are doing in the flat family, apart from this F, this one, this guy here, every other thing, as you can see, has to have flat. So it's D flat. You got it right. Now you have a pool. I have a pool for you. Get ready. You have questions to answer to just gauge your knowledge. Let's look at it. Now look at these notes. Look at this note. I want you to write. Don't put it in the chat button, please. Don't put it in the chat. I'll give you a pool to fill it. Write out the keys of this from 1 to 6 in the order. And then I'll give you a pool where you will put down your answer. Sorry, let me remove this so that it can be clear. All right, so I'm opening up the pool now. I hope you've seen it. So the pool is up. Put down your answers. You have 10 seconds. You have 10 seconds. Look, you can copy, you can look at the notes. I mean, it's open book test, open book. Look at the notes. You have the note. Look at it. Look at the mnemonics. Remember the mnemonics. Remember the mnemonics we used, and then a lot of people are not voting yet. Please, this is if you don't just vote something, I mean, who knows, you may get it, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Thank you for all of you that managed to vote. All right, so let me show you what the answer is. So this is the result. Now, I want you to put let's look at it one after the other. The first one, there are 4 flats. Am I right? 4 flats. Let's go back to our mnemonics. What's our mnemonics? Flat becomes easy after. So that is what? A flat. I'm surprised some people are still using A. And I said, when you are in flat, you don't use ordinary A. You have to use A flat. A flat. So those of you that picked the 4th option, it's not correct at all, because that's what you have just picked. Now I said flat must always, in flat, the key must always come after that name. A flat. So the first one, number 1 is A flat. So mark it for yourself if you got it. Number 2, we have 3 sharps. What key is this now? Let's look at it. What's the mnemonics for sharp? Go, down, and that is what? A. So the second one is A. And I said when you are dealing with sharp, you don't say A sharp. It is just A. When you are talking about key signature, you don't say A sharp. So those of you that selected A sharp, you missed it. Those that selected A, you got it. The third one is 2 flat. So you have flat. Now what is the mnemonics? Flat becomes, that is B, but it's B flat, not ordinary B. Remember I told you apart from F, other things are flat. So it's B flat. So number 4, we have only 1 sharp, and that is, what is that? Go, which is G, go G. I see most people selected G sharp. And I said, when you are dealing with sharp family, you don't add sharp to their names. It's just ordinary G. It's when you are dealing with flat family, you can add flat, but sharp family, you don't add sharp. Number 5, every one of you got it, is C major, because no sharp, no flat. Number 6, so we have 5 flats. And that was the last question I asked you. We did the other time. Flat becomes easy after doing. That is D flat. But some people still choose D. I mean, it's okay. D is not the correct answer. It has to be D flat. D is a key in the sharp family. So that is why D flat and D are not the same. When you say the key, when you tell me a key is D major, I would think you are talking of a sharp family, because D is in the sharp family. But D flat is 5 flats in the flat family. So thank you for that, Pooh. We'll go to the next one now. All right. So there are some things you need to understand when we are sight reading. And the first thing I want you to know is that the key of a song is the do of that song. What did I say? The key of a song is what? The do of that song. Note that, please, note that. The key of a song, that's why we've done key. You know the keys of all you can find the key. So the key of a song is the do of that song. Every other thing follows. Let's go. This is an example. What is the key of this song? Look at it. No sharp, no flat, is C major. Now, this C is not because it's C major. This C is time signature, and it means 4/4. Remember, common time. So don't think, oh, anytime I see C like this, it's C major. No. This C is, you look at, but if you look at this place, no sharp, no flat. Now, we did, remember our first lesson, we did, what would I call it? We did letters, lines and letters. So this is C major. You remember that this is C, this is line C, am I right? This is line C. Remember when our brother was teaching us ledger lines? This is line C. So if that is line C, any note on line C is do. And remember that our tonic solfa is do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Good. So if this is do, which is the same as this, the next space that follows is re. The next space that follows is mi. Then what it will be this one? How do you know this one? If this is mi, this me now is on a line. That means this space will be re, because I'm descending now, will be re, and then this line following will be do. So when you pick up a piece of music, the first thing you want to ask yourself is, what is the key? Once you get the key, go and look for the line or the space that corresponds to that letter and say, that is my do. Then use that to get what the other tonic solfas have. A more example is this. I have more example because this is actually, I mean, this is the essence of the whole thing. This is the sight reading. So you have this now. Look at this. What key is this? 2 flats. Flat becomes, that is B flat. Now, what do I do? Where do we have B on this place, on this stave? This is, remember, this is a treble stave. A treble stave. It is every good boy. Remember, this is every good, this is B. That's why you have to know your letters on the lines and on the spaces. Now I know that my third line is the B. Good. My third line is the B. So my third line is do. Now, if I know that my third line is do, look at it. Third line is do. This is do. This space here, because I'm descending, will be T. Then the next line will be La. The next line will be La. Then the next one will be So. Then the next line will be Fa, which is this line now. Then this space where this note is will be Mi. Do you see how we determine it? You have to study it. That's how you determine what the notes are. Okay, I know this is Mi. Now, what will be this note? I know that my third line is my Do because it is B. So this is Do. If this my third line is Do, then I'm descending now. This, remember, you count a line, a space, a line, a space. So Do, T, then this note is La. This note on the third line is my Do because that my third line is B and the key is B and that is my Do. And then that is how you now remember that this line is C. But below this line, you have B because remember, if the line is C, the space below that line C is B, and that is your Do. So anywhere B is mentioned is Do. So that's the thing you do. So once you get a key, the first thing you want to do first is to go and double check, go and find out where the lines and the letters are, where the lines and the spaces are. If it's a B flat, where is B? Where is B on this line? Once I know where my B is, that is my Do. I fix my Do there, and then all the other notes, whether they are up or down, I assign a tonic solfa to them based on what they should be from Do, counting lines and spaces. If you are going up, then it will be Do, Re, Mi. Oh, this is Mi. If you are going down, it will be Do, Ti, La. Oh, this is La, So, Fa. Oh, this is So. You understand? So you have to, it's just that matching. So get your Do from your key, and then you are able to progress. Now, I have a quick exercise for every one of us. A quick exercise for every one of us. So I want you to quickly look at this. You will have 10 seconds to make your answers, and I'll show you what the answer, then you will go to the yes and no button, and then you will click on whether you got it or whether you did not get it. All right, so let's go there now. Let's do it. Now look at these notes. Can you see these notes, everybody? Good, I know you can see it. Now look at these notes. Tell me what the tonic solfa is. Look at the key. First of all, get the key and then find the tonic solfa of these 4 notes, what the tonic solfa will be. Let me help you with the first one. The key is F major because it's one flat. And if you look at it, flat becomes, so it's F major. So go and look for where line or space F is. That is your Do. And then find out from that what the others are. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so I'll show you the answer now. So I believe you have written something down. If I show you the answer, please go to the yes and no and tell me if you got it right or you got it wrong. It's not bad to get it wrong, you know, we're just like, okay. So this is the answer. So how many of you got it? Go to the yes and no button and see if you got it. Because, go to the yes and no button and see if you got it, please. All right, so I see people got it. Fine, fine. It shows we are making progress. All right, you know, all right, good, good, good. You got it. Because this is F, so that is your do. So if this is do, then this line is re, then this is me, they're on the same space, then this is, we're back to do. Good. The next one now, quickly, I am, all right, so the next one is this. So look at this now. Tell me what this notes are. Okay, no, don't tell me. This is the same key, don't worry. Now, tell me what this is. Look at this now. Look at this now. You have 10 seconds because 2 sharps. Go and find out what key is 2 sharp. Once you know what the key is 2 sharp, then go and look for that letter. That is your do, and then you trace every other thing. You can. That means what our brother taught us in the beginning, lines and spaces. You have to know them now. It's very important, you know. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this is the answer. Let's see those that got it. So how many of you got it? Go back to your yes and no and tell me how many of you that got it. Go back to your yes and no, please. Because this is D major, is D, 2 sharps, D major. And this space is D. Remember, this is every, this is E, which is every. So the space before that is D, and that is do. So the next line is re, then you, if you find, by the time you move up, you find out that you are in so. All right, so now I'm going to give you the last one, one difficult one, because I've been giving you something that is quite simple, and some of you are smiling to the bank. But this time around, let me see those that can shoot the bones. So tell me what this is. 7 seconds. Tell me what this is. Tell me what this is. Tell me what this is. All right. I'll 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So this is the answer. Go back to the yes and no button and tell me. Actually, it was the exercise I gave you, but I guess most of you didn't know. So how many of you got it? B flat, you check for B, and then you're able to trace what that key is. Wow, I'm happy. Yeah, okay. A lot of people say they got it right. Okay. Good. So that's how to sight read eventually. You know the key, and then you go and look for that key on the lines and spaces. A note may not be on that key. Actually, a note may not be on that line and space, but just peg it down that this is my do. Every other note, you can know what so far it is, whether you are climbing up or going down. Just take a line and a space, a line and a space, a line. You will get to that note, you will get to the sulfur. Then a line and a space down also, you will get to that note, you get to the sulfur. So know the key, and then we've done time signature. You can, once you know all this tonic sulfur, you can now put time like this is 4/4. Mi 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, go. Mi, la, do, so, do. You know, you just take it one. So I'm not going to go into all those ones. So actually, that is what we have for. That's what we have. Just to wrap it up. Remember that we talked about. Sorry, this is not where I was. So we talked about so we've talked about this, and I will answer your question, Bron, from just 1 minute, please, so that I can wrap up. Now, this is something you just need to know at the back of your head. If you get to a do and you find out that there is a note on that do, but that do is sharpened, you find out that there is a sharp on that do, then instead of saying do, you will say that note is D. So anytime you find a sharp at the back of a note of do, that note is not do. So you go to a note, you find that it has a sharp at the back of that note, then it is D. If you find a sharp at the back of a note that's ordinarily supposed to be re, then it is called re. If you find a flat, it is called raw. If you cannot find NA, means that it's not applicable. If you get to mi, a note that is mi, but instead of that mi, apart from that mi, you also find a flat, it becomes more. If you get to fa and you find a sharp at the back of fa, it becomes fi. You get to saw, you find a sharp at the back of saw, it becomes z. If you find a flat at the back of saw, it's still fi. It's the same thing with this. If you get to la and you find a sharp at the back of la, it becomes li. If you find a flat, it becomes law. You get to T, you find a flat at the back of T, it becomes to. So anytime you answer to, it is because the T is flattened. You understand? So that's one way of, so just have this. These are things you can have. I don't expect you to cram all these things. You have the material. So pick up the music and try and do something about it. And then finally, if you are sight reading, now look at this. If you are sight reading, very important. Now, this is what I just talked about. This is C major, am I right? No key, nothing is here. It's C major. And C is actually, remember our C is here. So this is Do. The next space is Re. This line is Mi, and then this is Fa. So this note is Fa, am I right? But look at the second note. This second note now, it comes with a sharp. It's no longer Fa. It will now be Fi. But what will this other note be? Will it be Fa or Fi? It will still be Fi because of what? This sharp. So anytime you have a sharp on a particular note, that sharp affects all the notes on that tonic sulfur until you get to a what? A bar line. So this bar line cancels the effect of that. So you have Fa, Fi, Fi. Now, because of this bar line, we are still on Fa. This will now become Fa again. This bar line has canceled the effect of this Fa, of this Fi, of this sharp. So you have Fa, Fi, Fi, then you are back to Fa, then Fi, because it's sharpened again. But what can we see here now? The natural sign has knocked away that flat. So you have Fa here. So you have Fa, Fi, Fi, Fa, Fi, Fi. That's how to sight read. That's how to sight read. And that's actually the end of what I have to say. It's been amazing just to show you an example of, so this is what a musical piece looks like. I'm not going to talk about this, but just to buttress something, if you look at this, there are two notes here, and there are two notes here. Can you see it? There is one, there is two. And it's like that for all the notes. And then there is one, there is two. Now, when you see a music piece like this, the upper note is treble part. So all the upper notes, remember this is all the upper notes of a treble stave, the upper notes, they are all treble parts. So if I ask you to sight read the treble part, just pick only the upper notes and try to find out if it is Do or So or Mi based on what I've told you. If this is D major, for example, 2 sharp, then find out where D is and then only focus on these upper notes, these upper notes, these upper notes. If you are an alto singer, you focus on these lower notes. It's not going to be the same tonic sulfur because they are not on the same line and same space. So you focus on this lower note. Like these ones now, these two notes, alto and treble are singing the same thing because they are all on the same line. And then you focus on the lower note. If you are a tenor singer, you focus on you go to the bass clef. Of course, I hope you know the lines and spaces of a bass clef is different from the lines and bases of a treble clef. Don't go and use the same number, the same letters. So you focus on this now. Focus on this. You focus on the tenor part, the upper one, like we're taught. Then if you're a bass singer, you focus on this bass line, the bass line. So that is how 4 parts are done. So you are giving a music, you should be able to sight read whether it's treble, alto, tenor, or bass. Just first of all, know what the key is. Once you know the key, go to the clef. If it is a treble clef or a bass clef, find out where that letter is, the letter that corresponds to the key. Once you get where that letter is, that is your Do. Then you can, every other thing is fixed for you because if you know this is Do, wherever the note is, you can trace whether it is Do, Re, Mi, you get there. If it's Do, Ti, La, So, you get there. And then, so that is everything I have for today. Thank you very much. Bro, we have some, I will have to ask for permission because my time is up. But Sister Tokpe, should I take the question or I leave it for later?
You can take it briefly.
All right. So sorry, it's quite all right. So let me start from bro. All right, please go on.
Okay, so, I just want to add quickly. There was a particular music sheet that had a C, that C sign, and then had a sharp by the side. And from, if I could get you clearly, I can remember you said when we see that C, is it that key C?
That's when you see a C.
Yeah.
It is 4/4.
It's 4/4. Okay.
When you see a C, common time. It's another way of representing 4/4 is by you putting a C. So that C doesn't mean it's C major. No, it means it is 4/4. The C doesn't have to. So for example, this kind of music now, I can use C to represent the time signature.
Okay. I think I've gotten that now. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And lastly, Bro Wale, please.
Are you able to go back to the slide of sharpened and flattened sofa? It's just an observation.
Sir?
Are you able to go back to the slide for sharpened and flattened sofas? The one you completed, the far-fee one you completed. Taking it off. No, the next one. Yeah, this one. When you complete the last note with the natural, you put fee there. It's just an observation.
You said what, sir?
Yeah, you feel that as a fee. The last note when you were writing it.
The last one is.
Yeah, when you wrote it initially, you put a fee there.
This is a far.
Yes, but you put a fee there. If you go back to your video,
it's a mistake. Sorry. So this is a far.
Yes, it's an observation.
Okay, so this is far because
it's a far, not a fee.
Great. So this is a far. Why? Because this natural cancelled this sharp. This is a fee.
Yes, I know. I said when you completed it initially, you put a fee there in the last note. You put a fee there.
Okay.
It's an observation.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that observation. All right. With that, I want to say thank you very much. I believe by now you should be comfortable sight reading. So an advice I want to leave you with is this. Sight reading doesn't come automatically. You've got to practice every day. So what you could do is this: start with simple songs. Go and pick up the gospel hymns and song, and start from a song you know. Find every day, try to sight read one song. It may be difficult. Write out the turning softwares for each part. Just do it every day. You will become proficient in it. So eventually, we've given you the tools. We've given you the keys that can help you to do that. You should be comfortable picking up a song now. You know the key. You know the time signature. You can put time to each of those notes, whether it's 1 beat, 2 beats, or 4 beats, or 3 beats, or 1.5 beats. You can put time to them, and then you know the key. You can put do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do on any of the parts. So pick up a song, a GHS every day. Start from the song. Don't go and carry a song you don't know, and then you missed it and you are frustrated and you say, I'm not doing it again. So go and try as much as possible to start from a simple song you know, and then you can move on like that. And if there are any questions, we have our choir leaders from different respective locations that can assist us to grow in that regards. Yeah, thank you very much. So that's it.
Thank you very much, Baroness, for that in-depth teaching. Thank you, and it's been well taken. So we'll just briefly go for a refresher session. That's about 5 minutes now, just for you to go through your notes and maybe go through your e-booklet before we go for the final examination. So it's just think about what you've learned and go through your notes. About 5 minutes time, we'll come back together and we'll have the final exam. So we'll start counting 5 minutes from now. Thank you.
Yeah, Sister Tokwe, can I also add that in case if any of them have any question from any of the teachings, you can private chat the teacher that taught you that section, and you can have an interaction. You can quickly explain some things to you. So if you have any question from the first teacher was Bro Paul, the second was Bro Ola, and myself. So if you have any questions, so that you are well prepared for the exam.
Yes, it is open book exam. So you can refer to your materials, your e-booklets, your notes, you can refer to it. Okay, time up now. Are we all ready? So a piece of music will be displayed now. So we're going to apply all that we have been learning since the beginning of the masterclass till the last lecture. Apply it into it, and can you please display the music? Okay, so that is the exam. What I want everybody to do is to sight read it and write down the tonic sulfur for this piece of music. So for the treble, you know, the first ones, and then for the alto as well, and for the tenor, and for the bass as well. So I'll just advise that you start with the treble one. Just write the notes down, the tonic sulfur down. Remember, look at the key, and your do will start from that key. So let's start now. I'll give you about 10 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes. So let's start to sight. So you can just write it down in your own piece of paper or your jotter, whatever you use in your notebook. So let's sight read the treble one. So I'll give you about 4 minutes for that. So just write down the notes, the tonic sulfur for the treble. It's an open book exam. You can refer to your e-booklet, your notes, you can refer to your jottings, anything you think will make you remember, you can refer to it. Remember, the treble one is the one on top, on the G clef, the notes on top. So that's a treble. So you can sight read those ones.
A quick question, how do we show the timing?
At the moment, I just need the tonic sulfur. You can just leave it, just write it on your jotter.
All right.
Okay. We have less than a minute more for the treble. Okay, so let's move to the alto notes as well now. Still on this G clef step, so you can sight read the alto part and just write the tonic sulfur down. That should take about 2 minutes as well. like I said, you can refer to your notebooks, you can refer to your jottings, your booklets. Okay, so let's move to the bass clef now. The one on top is for the tenor. So those are the tenor notes. And remember, the lines and spaces for the bass clef is different from that of the treble clef. So remember that while you're writing the notes down for the tenor beat as well. I hope everybody is doing, because some people, I can't see them writing things down. So I hope everybody's attempting it. Okay, so we'll move on to the bass notes now. Remember, the lower notes on that stave is the bass note. So can you please sight read and write the tonic shuffle down for the bass as well? And we have less than a minute to round up everything, so you can still go through any of the notes. And Okay, thank you very much. So that's the end of the exam, and the answers will be displayed now. So it's just for you to mark yourselves, just mark yourselves and see. There are 14 notes each, so just mark yourself and see how many you've got right and how many you've missed. Look at the soprano, the treble one, the alto, the tenor. So you can just mark yourself within a minute or two and see what your score is over 14 for all the parts. So there are 14 notes each. So just mark yourself and see what you've scored over 14 for each of the different parts. Okay, I think we should all have marked ourselves now. So there'll be a poll created now, and then we just fill it in, please. Not this one. So just take, like, if you score 14, look at the poll and just check and tick which category you fall into. So there is one for each part. So there's one for soprano, there's one for alto. So tick your range of correct answers for each of the parts, please. I need responses, so just tick the range of the correct answers you got. I need more responses, please. I think less than half still have voted. So can everyone please try and tick the range of correct answers you got? It's just for us to assess and to see. Don't worry what the answer is. Don't worry what you score. Just tick it, which one applies to you. I'll just give 1 minute more so people that still want to vote should please do that now. Okay. Thank you very much for everybody that has attempted to do it. I mean, looking at this course compared to when we first started, I don't know if you notice, it's the same piece of music that was used at the beginning that's been used now. And I could see that there's lots of improvement. And at this moment, I want to say thank you to everybody here for attending this sight reading masterclass. And we hope that you have found it informative. We hope that you found it worthwhile. And thank you to all our facilitators for bringing your expertise and experience around the table. There were many topics covered during this masterclass, and all our presenters did an outstanding job. And if you would still like to contact any of the presenters, please refer to your e-booklet. Contact information is there. There will be feedback forms sent to everybody at the end of this training. Please fill them and send them back to us. And what is the way forward is to keep your sight reading knowledge fresh. Keep practicing, keep practicing, keep practicing till you become an expert in it. A good place to start is gospel hymns and songs. We've got lots of songs there, and we know most of those, some of the songs there. So you can start like we were told to start with the ones we already know. It will be easier, and from there you go to more complicated ones. And again, I want to say thank you to everybody for being part of this masterclass. And I wish everyone the best in their singing ministry. Pray that the Lord will bless everybody in Jesus' name. So there is a feedback form being sent. Can you please complete it and send it back? Thank you very much. And can we just share the grace as we end the class now?
Otherwise, like someone is raising up.
Oh, apologies. Yes, sorry. Yeah, I missed that. Adedotun, could you please? Yeah.
Yes, can we request for the recording of the program so that if we need to go through over and over again for our own benefit, can we request for the recording?
Definitely, yes. You can contact your choir leader. He will be able to send it to you. And it's also on YouTube as well, so you can go through it on YouTube as well. So, but you can contact your choir leader. It's recorded, so he'll be able to send a copy to you. And if there is anybody that wants a recording as well, please contact your choir leader. They will be able to send it to you. And it's on YouTube, like I said as well. Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay. Yes, and 3 participants raised hands.
Oh, sorry, is it possible that we can, if you can display the question, the examination question again?
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I've got a question, please.
Let's go on.
Yes, I'm not sure if either Brother Paul or Brother Ernest can do the class a favor. And from my experience, I know it's a sight reading class, and we want to kind of project this one into our singing. Is there a way? I know Brother Paul was, show this the sound of music, the sofa. Is there a way you can give like a formula to the class that maybe the moving from do to la or to any of the notes at random? Is there a key that you can give to the class on how to pronounce each of the notes? Because what I've noticed with choristers is when they jump from one level of turning sofa to the other, they kind of use a particular pitch to pitch a sofa. Is there a formula you can give to the class to help the class maybe move from one turning sofa to another? I'm not sure whether my question is clear. That in case they jump in from any of the 8 alphabets.
Okay, Bro Paul. think the question is directed to your bro Ernest as well.
Sorry, I'm trying to understand the question.
Yes, the question is this. You gave us do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And basically, with the music, you can, if you have a music sheet with you, and you're moving from one level of so far to the other. I mean, is there a key you can give without pitching me and using another pitch to pitch a me, or using for the far, and then you use and then you kind of flatten the key or whichever. So is there a formula that you can give, that maybe a word for each of those notes that could help somebody to remember moving from one level of pitch to another? Is it clear what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. So let me try and understand what your question is. So, for example, I'm trying to sing a song like, and the actual software is do,
and then you're pitching another thing actually. But you're not pitching that do correctly. So my question is there a formula you can give to the class so that when you are on a do, you're pitching it correctly? When you go to la, you pitch it correctly. When you're on so, you pitch it correctly. Yeah, that's my question. So that if we can keep that away, that would be great.
Okay, for me, yeah, I'd say, so I don't know what Bro Ernest will have to say about this, or Bro Ola will have to say about this, because apparently we all spoke about pitch in classes. But for me, I'd say first things first, practice. If you want to be good at anything, you have to put some work into it. And then secondly, one other key is to remember the do, re, mi in the Sound of Music. If you, for example, you sing it on all the keys that you know, it kind of epitomizes how to pick the pitches correctly. But all in all, I haven't heard of any key to picking. Maybe I'll do my own research on that. For me, it's always been about practice and trying my best to make sure that. So first things, to remember how to sing the do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do on every key, and to do it without getting distracted or getting confused. And then secondly is to pick like you go from do to mi to so to do, and then you go to re to fa to la to do. So you have something like do mi so mi do fa la do mi la so ti do re ti so do mi so do. So if you're able to do all those kind of exercises, there are so many pitching exercises that you can get over the internet that would help you to stick to picking the correct thing. Okay, so Bawale is saying something.
Okay, but Paul, yeah, I'll put something on the chat, for example.
So yeah, so you have
you might struggle to jump from those range.
Yeah, so it's like I said, it's practice. So let me try it. Do, la, mi. Is that upper fa or lower fa? Because I'm trying to get that. Are those marks that you put them intentional?
Yes.
Okay. Do, la, mi, fa, ti, re, so, do.
Yeah. So with that, my question is this: for a college start leaving this class and it meets a music sheet, and now it comes across this note, person might struggle. So I'm saying, because I know you be giving formulas on how to pitch. I mean, on how to get the key of the song without thinking. And so I'm asking for, is there a formula you can give to the class that you can, because I know you take with the word T from the Sound of Music. So I'm asking something in that line. That is there a formula you can give for us so that when you see a do, you think of a word that can help you to remember the do and everything. When you come to the T, is there a word that I'm not sure whether you've researched this before? So that's my question, because this is affecting choristers, across the board. So that's why I'm bringing this question across to you. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Can I just interject now? Thank you very much, Brother Wale Giwa, for your question. I think it will be addressed, but it's just that it's past 4 now, and we're supposed to finish at 4. So if it will still be addressed privately with Bro Paul or Bro Ernest or Bro Daola, and whoever still has any question, you can still chat them privately after now. But it's just that we will have to finish now. So because it's past 4 and people will have to go and do other things. But definitely it's a way forward. It's something to take forward.
I mean, it's not for me in particular, but it's just for for questions across the board. Thank you very much. That's fine.
Let me just, Sister, I think Sister Tokwa is right. We need to, but the thing is, there is no formula. That's just the truth. There's no formula. It's practice. There's no magic one that will make you to know how to go from one note to another note. You practice your solfa every day. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, ti, la, sol, fa, mi, re, do. Go to the internet and pick a lot of voice training practice. There are thousands of them on the internet. But most especially, like Sister Tokwe and I also said, start sight reading from a song you know. If you know a song, the way a song goes, and then you have already attached solfa to it, you can easily, okay, these are me sounds every time so just, it's practice. There is no formula, just practice and practice. Look at the internet, do a lot of voice drill, and that should be it. I think that's good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll definitely take that forward. Thank you. And if anybody else still has questions, please chat our instructor or facilitator privately, and they will be able to answer your questions. Thank you very much once again for being a part of this masterclass. Can we just share the grace together in fellowship as we depart? May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the sweet fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forever.
Thank you very much to all our facilitators. It's been a very well program. We really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. God bless you all, sirs and mams. Thank you, and bye, everyone. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate you all.
Thank you to the leaders and leaders.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. God bless you.